Hey, what's going on everybody? This is John Chick Gaming on the mic here, coming at you with a brand new episode, a brand new season of NCSL football, and we are jumping into season number 7. Now, this has been a very good series in terms of parity because we have not seen at any point any particular team win a national championship multiple times in a row. We have not seen that true dynasty as of yet, but we wonder if this year could very well be the year with how things are shaping up moving into year number 7. So with that being said, we got some preseason stuff, and you already know what time it is, going through the entirety of year number 7 in one episode. Hope you got that popcorn out because it's going to be a good one, as I am excited to jump into this. If you guys are as well, make sure you go ahead, just do a couple of things for me, baby. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, and let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So we know who the defending national champions are. We know that Michigan is the team to beat for the national championship this year, as they might have the best chance to actually repeat, to the demise of Ohio State fans like myself. They might be the only team on paper that has an A+ overall team. A lot of these other teams that are in the NCSL top 25 actually, have some sort of flaw on their team. Miami in particular may have an elite offense, but defensively they're certainly lacking. And then there's a bunch of other teams that just don't have complete teams like Michigan has. So not saying that Michigan is going to win the national championship this season, but what I will say is that Michigan might be one of those teams that actually might have the least number of questions to address as we continue to march through this NCSL season number 7. But we'll go ahead and take a closer look here, taking a look at the conference level. Now, as for mini conference previews, I always like to go ahead and start things out just taking a look at each conference from alphabetical order. First, we will start with the ACC, and look who's getting a lot of love all of a sudden. South Carolina picked to finish second in the ACC. They've kind of been dormant the last few years, but they might have the right man for the job all of a sudden. So Gamecocks are surging, but they might be a year away from winning the ACC. Clemson, however, is going to be your big favorite. As for the American, it does also seem like it's going to be a foregone conclusion that Nebraska is likely going to come out and win the American Conference. They nearly won it last year, made it to the conference championship game. Iowa, who's your defending American Conference champ, is going to be coming in as a 4-star program, so might not be the same caliber, but might still make it to that American Conference championship game. As for the Big 12, once again, Texas comes in as a big favorite as they continue their monopoly over the Big 12 Conference in general. It's going to really be a fight for second place, though. Teams like Oklahoma, TCU are also in the thick of things and are on the same divisional side. So really the question here is, who is Texas going to face off in the Big 12 championship? As for the Big 10, it is Michigan's world right now. Michigan coming in as one of the most complete teams in college football going into year number 7. Although Ohio State, if they can bounce back from a putrid year number 6, they might have something to say about that. Could be Ohio State and Michigan in the Big 10 championship game when it's all said and done. Cincinnati, Michigan State, and Ohio make up a solid middle tier here for the Big 10. Meanwhile, in Conference USA, now Conference USA might be one of the more open conferences in college football this year. Army is the favorite, and they are a top 5 team in the country, but Army is not the same elite program as your Clemsons, your Michigans, Ohio States of the world. And there's some other quality programs in here as well. Pittsburgh being one of them. Navy is another one. Penn State is a pretty good program as well. Rutgers even has an outside shot as well. So 5 teams that actually do have a realistic shot to win the Conference USA could certainly get pretty interesting over here. Independents, real quick, this is what the Independents are doing. San Jose State is a 2-star program, and the Warhawks are a 3-star. in the MAC, Northern Illinois has been built up to a pretty strong program at this point, as it gets to a point where NIU is actually the favorite to win the MAC this year, and no one else is really competing with Northern Illinois. It's a well-oiled machine over there in DeKalb, Illinois. The Mountain West is also one of those conferences that could get very interesting as well. Arizona starts ranked in the top 25. They're ranked number 24 in the country. They're the only team in the Mountain West that is ranked in the top 25, but don't sleep on teams like a Colorado State or a Colorado as well. That could certainly make a little bit of noise as well. I do expect this to be a free team race, but this conference has surprised us plenty of times before. Pac-12, however, will probably not have those same surprises, as even though USC is not as good defensively, they still have the offensive firepower to really make some noise at the national level. Huge favorite to win the Pac-12 this year, as we're looking at some other teams that maybe could compete with the USC Trojans, but it's not necessarily realistic as well. It's USC's world over here on the West Coast. Moving over to the SEC, Miami is a favorite, but there's a lot of questions on that defensive side of the ball. They're only a 78 overall defensively, so they might be in their fair share of shootouts this upcoming season. Seems like Georgia, and then you could also say the same thing about Florida State, and frankly, probably Florida as well. All teams that are more complete than Miami. I'm surprised that Miami is listed as the top team in the SEC. And the last conference that we want to talk about is the Sun Belt, and oh, this is a surprise. Memphis is picked to win the Sun Belt this year, so what that tells me is that it's really anyone's game over here in the Sun Belt. Don't know who's going to come out on top out here, but what I do know is that we are going to be in for a fun season of college football in this part of the country. Should be some interesting stuff happening over here. But we will go ahead and get season number 7 started with some good old-fashioned football. And so far we don't see any surprises yet, but it's very early in the year. UCLA does beat Southern Florida 38-17, so nothing too crazy for UCLA at home. And then in this other top 25 game that we have happened very early on in the year, Michigan does beat Kentucky 31-7, so your defending national champions do get off to a pretty decent start to the year. But our first notable top 25 matchup that we have this season is Texas going on the road to take on the Missouri Tigers. This is a matchup that we saw in the college football playoff last season. And because we saw this happen last season, I'm sure Texas is going to want some revenge, because Missouri was able to come back and beat Texas to move on to the semifinals last year. But looks like Texas is on the right track to get that revenge, as they're up 7-0 here late in the first half. But Missouri is putting together a little bit of a drive here. We'll see if they can punch it in here in order to tie this thing up, and sure enough, they will. Touchdown, Missouri, and we are gonna be all knotted up here in this old Big 12 matchup. Now, considered a non-conference game, though, Texas will look to try and respond, as they'll get to about midfield, but don't do anything on the next couple plays. So facing a 3rd and long, Missouri sends the blitz, but it's covered well and finds his receiver underneath, who does just enough to keep those chains moving. And someone to really watch out for is that Texas has a couple of timeouts, so they certainly have time to score, but it won't be necessary though, as Jermaine Robinson finds the end zone. Touchdown, Texas! And the Horns are up here in the first half, as they will take the lead into the halftime locker room. We'll see if they can keep it here in the second half, because they've had leads against Missouri before, but they've blown those leads before too. We'll see if this is the same case, as Texas will look to throw here. Very crowded here in the end zone, but still able to find his target. Another touchdown for Texas gives this Longhorn squad a 2-score lead, which means Missouri desperately needs these points in the worst kind of way. So big drive here for the Missouri Tigers as they try to get back in it. Dropping back on the 2nd and goal though. Sends everybody. It's going to try to run it instead. Breaks a tackle and finds the end zone there as well. Touchdown Tigers. And Missouri is right back in it as they tried to avoid going 0-1. They get the stop on their next possession, so they have a chance to tie and possibly go into overtime as well. Last couple of minutes are gonna be a big one. However, the Tigers face 4th down. They need 12 yards to keep the game alive. We're gonna throw over the middle. Broken tackle. Takes another one on the run. And Missouri is gonna stay alive. And it's so much so that Missouri eventually drives down by the goal line. Running for the end zone, and he's gonna get it. Bill Robinson finds the end zone. Touchdown Tigers. And we're going to be all knotted up at 24 apiece. But is it too much for what has historically been an explosive Texas offense? Only 30 seconds left, but they do have all of their timeouts that they can certainly work through. 1st and 10 from about the 42-yard line. They go in the gun. Dropping back. Fires over the middle. It's got an open man. And the Texas Longhorns are in field goal range now. But we'll see how they play these next couple of plays as they're still being aggressive. And it works. Touchdown Texas. And Longhorns are going to be leaving this border state 1-0 as they pull it off against Missouri on the road. But we have more games coming your way here as we start week number 1 with another top 10 matchup, as number 7 Pittsburgh is going to go on the road to take on the number 2 team in the nation, the USC Trojans, who are going to be looking to try and win their 2nd national championship in the last 3 years, while Pittsburgh trying to establish themselves as one of the top programs in America and getting a lot of respect coming into this season, coming in ranked number 7 in the country. However, that being said, Pittsburgh might be coming in a tad overrated because they're having a hard time just staying with USC. Maybe there's a bigger gap within that top 10 than maybe what we realize. But with that being said, in the first few minutes here of the 2nd quarter, Pittsburgh's going to go into their no huddle. It's Pittsburgh. We've known about this particular team for quite some time. They are the type of team that really likes to go fast, and they really like to go balls to the walls. One of the fastest teams in the country, and USC found that out a little bit the hard way, as that will take us into the half, and we still have a pretty close game here at halftime, right? So USC and Pittsburgh still in a close one, but we got a fumble on the ground, and it's going to be recovered by USC, and so the Trojans do end up recovering, and now they have a chance to cash it in. Huge drive here coming up for the Pittsburgh defense. As now, 3rd and goal coming up as their quarterback, James Redd's going to drop back. He's going to choose to run it himself and runs it in. Touchdown, Trojans. And USC is going to extend this lead dramatically and could put the nail in the coffin early as another red zone opportunity comes up for this USC squad. They eventually get inside the 5-yard line for a goal line opportunity to hand it off to the tailback. And the tailback's going to get in untouched before finding the end zone. And this is just a formality at this point. Seems like USC seems pretty secured in the victory already. But that touchdown is going to pull a little bit of a cherry on top, so to speak, as USC ends up winning big here, 62-24, showing why they might need to be the number 1 team in the country. Now, we do have one more top 25 matchup coming our way, and it's number 17 Clemson. They have to go on the road to take on number 23 Penn State in Happy Valley, one of the tougher road environments in college football, but Penn State has been a little bit on the downside. Expected Penn State to be a little bit more successful in this series, and that just has not really happened. But Penn State is going to score first, though, here in their season number 7 opener against this Clemson Tigers squad. But Clemson will respond quickly, as late in the first quarter they'll have a little dot in the front of the end zone in order to tie things up. And it does remain somewhat of a tightly contested game throughout this first half, right? But in the second half, we might be seeing a little bit of a different story, as Clemson is going to run it on 4th down. They were feeling spicy, and the bold strategy does indeed work out for Khan, because not only do they pick up that first down, they only needed 1 yard. They're also going to find the end zone as well towards the on the very next play. So that being said, Clemson is starting to pull away. If they can score another touchdown, this would make it a free score game, as we do have a little bit of a scoreboard glitch out here on the field. But with that being said, thankfully your boy does remember what the score happened to be at this point. It was 17-7. Make that 24-7, right? So Clemson scores yet again, and now we get into this fourth quarter of action, this final quarter of play. Clemson looking to really put that icing on the cake, so to speak, as they are just ground and pounding this Penn State defensive front, who just doesn't really have an answer for the Clemson run game, and continues to struggle to find those answers, as Clemson finds the end zone yet again. They're up 31-7, I believe, as now they have some wide receivers going out into motion. They'll pick up a good chunk of yardage there too. So Penn State struggling again to stop this ground game. I imagine they'll run it again. No, it's going to be a play action. It's going to be a bubble screen, and they pick up the first down on the bubble screen. Man, they really sucked in Penn State with that play action. And it works beautifully there, because Penn State was more prepared for the blitz in that particular situation. And Clemson is going to walk out of Happy Valley with an impressive 38-7 victory in this one. We do have some studio updates come in here in week number 1, as Colorado beats Stanford in a little bit of a shootout out in the Mountain West. Mile High experiences a 38-31 victory. But let's go ahead and wrap up week number 1 here with a little bit of a little bit of a recap of some of the notable games from week number 1. And not too many crazy surprises here, although we do have a close call here. Oregon does end up being Tulsa, but the Golden Hurricanes, man, they stayed right with them. Almost pulled off a big-time upset to start the season. Georgia, however, is going to get some revenge for losing to Coastal Carolina last season in Athens. They make the trip to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and Georgia thumps Coastal Carolina to start year number 7. California is going to be able to beat Virginia 42-24, as the California Bears are probably going to remain in the top 25 for the time being. And then Washington is going to blow out Baylor in the All-State kickoff game that's happening in Dallas, Texas. A home game essentially for Baylor. They certainly did not play like it whatsoever. But 1 week into the season, we already have a new number 1. Because while Michigan looked good against Kentucky, USC looked much better against a better opponent. So USC is our new number 1 team in America after their blowout victory over what was a top 10 team at the time, which also begs the question, how far did Pitt end up dropping? They end up dropping 6 spots down to number 13. They do end up losing quite a bit of ground. Florida State does move up a couple of spots, even though they barely beat Louisiana Lafayette to start their season. And then everything else is pretty stable here early on, with the exception of a few situations here. Missouri falls 6 spots. And then you also do end up having Cal move up a couple of spots as well. And then a couple of newcomers here. Minnesota comes in number 24 in the country. And then Western Kentucky actually getting some love here early on, moving up to number 25 in the entire nation. Now, week number 2, on the other hand, oh baby, did we get a little crazy for week number 2. How about getting things started here with Nebraska being stunned at home by the Arizona State Sun Devils. They pull this upset off with 19 unanswered late in the fourth quarter in order to pull away from Nebraska. Even with a late touchdown, it wasn't enough. Ohio State was able to beat Sacred Heart 45-7. USC was also able to blank Chattanooga in their FCS game as well. That being said, San Diego State also gets stunned by Colorado, so we have multiple top 25 teams going down. Colorado wins 27-20, and I would not be surprised if we might see this Colorado team ranked. The same thing should also be said for Penn State. They literally were just ranked, and they lose their spot to Western Kentucky. But with this close win on the road, the Nittany Lions should be getting that top 25 spot back. However, Pittsburgh was able to beat Arizona 49-30, and this would have been a top 25 matchup if Arizona didn't lose to Food, but it is what it is. We still got a pretty exciting game anyways. Speaking of exciting games, it was certainly an exciting one for USF as they win their first game of the year in a big way, blowing out Florida 31-7 on the road, winning their first game in the SEC. And of course, Texas did beat Missouri State 52-15, which means Texas does start the season 2-0. But one of the more important games that we have in week number 2 is that we have a game that typically decides who gets to host the SEC championship. Georgia, who has already played in week number 1, travels to Hard Rock Stadium in order to take on the Miami Hurricanes, who are opening their season up as the number 5 team in America. But you saw that defensive rating that Miami had, just a 78 overall defensively. So really curious to see what kind of work this defensive coordinator can do, because if this defense is average, I think Miami will be good enough to be one of those college football playoff teams when we get to the end of the season. And so far, defense is holding its own. It's actually offense that has been having a tough time getting anything going. Haven't even seen the Hurricanes score a touchdown yet this season, but we might see that change here pretty soon as Miami is putting together a solid drive down the field, led by their senior quarterback Trevor Veeden. As Veeden's going to drop back yet again, he's going to take it and run, finds his way into the end zone, and it will indeed be a touchdown for the Miami Hurricanes. But that being said, we enter the fourth quarter of action. Miami is able to expand its lead slightly. They're up 20-7 going into this final quarter of action. So far, those defensive questions have been answered. Will they continue to be answered, however, as we got a 1st and goal, trying to run it up the middle, and it's going to be a touchdown for the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia gets it to within just 6 points, and they will indeed score another touchdown off screen and get a 2-point conversion as well. So Georgia now has a lead, and Marquise Fontaine will give Georgia an 8-point lead. But Miami still has a fighting shot. 3 timeouts to work through, and they have a very experienced quarterback under center, but it's going to be intercepted. Trey Guidry, the true freshman, is going to pick him off, and that might be barbecue chicken at that point, but Georgia fails to run out the rest of his clock. So while Miami does not have any more timeouts, they still have a little bit of life here all of a sudden, as that strike will get him inside the 30-yard line. This game is far from over, and that is going to make it just a 2-point conversion away from tying this game up and potentially going to overtime. So let's see who wants it more. 2-point conversion underway, but ball is in the air, and it's going to end up being incomplete. So the 2-point conversion is no good. It forces the Miami Hurricanes to go for this onside kick, and it will end up being recovered. And Georgia is going to survive another road win here in season number 7, as the Georgia Bulldogs beat Miami by just a couple of points. But we do also get some studio updates from around the country as well, and the biggest shock has to be number 8 Iowa. They are going down, and they are yelling timber as well. Arkansas State stuns the Iowa Hawkeyes 24-21. What a shocker. So a lot of changes happening in college football after that week number 2, but not necessarily at the top though. We still have USC, Michigan, and Army holding steady, but then after that, it's a lot different. Texas moves up a couple of spots, Georgia moves up 3 spots, Wisconsin is actually a borderline top 10 team in the country, Navy is up to number 7 after their opening win, Miami, although they did have a heroic effort defensively, did come up just short. They play against Florida. Florida State is in the top 10. Pittsburgh is back in the top 10 themselves. And then rounding things out in the bottom half, UCLA is up 3 spots. Oregon up 3 spots. San Diego State did take a 6-spot dip after losing a shocker to Colorado. Speaking of that western part of the country, Washington moves up a few spots. They're 1-0. Ohio State moves up 3 spots to number 15. NIU also up 4 spots. They're now number 16 in the entire country. Nebraska, they had the biggest drop in the top 25 while still being in at number 17. Bearcats of Cincinnati are up a few spots to number 18, and then we got quite a few newcomers to the top 25, including Colorado, which we did call. We thought they would be in the top 25, and they are. Cal is up 3, Minnesota is up 3, Iowa down 14 spots to number 22, and then you got Memphis in here. Michigan State is also ranked as well, and Penn State is back in that top 25 as well. So we'll get things started here with some action happening around the country to begin week number 3. We actually start out with a shootout out there in the Lone Star State. In the Lone Star State, Texas and Texas Tech went at it, and while the Red Raiders gave it a heroic fight, they will come up just short as Texas will remain undefeated on the season for now. As for the Michigan Wolverines, they played host to Ole Miss in one of the last non-conference games of the year for the Wolverines, and this would have been more exciting a couple of years ago, but the Rebels have fallen off, and Michigan was able to handle business pretty easily in this one. As for the Miami Hurricanes, they're able to win their first game of the season as they take down Florida in the Battle of the Seminole War Canoe 34-27. And then to round out some of these early games, you got Oregon, who's able to get to that 3-0 start. They do end up beating a winless Fighting Illini squad in a surprisingly close one, though. 35-31 ended up being your final score in this matchup. But we see that week number 3 action is primarily highlighted by a key American Conference battle. The Wisconsin Badgers make the trip up to the Twin Cities to take on this Minnesota Golden Gopher squad that has recently entered the top 25. They're now here at number 21 in the nation. So we'll see if Minnesota is worthy of being a top 25 team or not. And right now, Conrad Powell is going to try to quiet this crowd down as they'll get an opening drive touchdown to get this party started. However, Minnesota will look to answer back right away as Minnesota's first drive of the game leads them down inside the 5-yard line after that nice 10 toes down catch. As the very next play is going to be a little bit of read option action. Nobody going for the quarterback. It's Chan Gilliam. Finds the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota. And we got ourselves a tie ball game here. But Wisconsin already starting to try and pull away because after that game was knotted up, Wisconsin is going to have 17 unanswered points towards the end of the first half, and it does not get better in that third quarter as well as their tailback Jeff Hollis gets them all the way down to that 1-inch line. I imagine they'll go back to that ground game, and again, no, it's a pass. It's going to be a pass, but it turns back into a run. Conrad Powell finds the end zone again. Touchdown, Wisconsin. So it's easy to say that this Minnesota Golden Gopher squad, at least for today, them boys might be cooked because down by 24 with half of a quarter left to play, really doesn't put you in a good spot to win games, now does it? So, gonna need a little bit of a miracle in order to make this particular game interesting. We'll see if they can at least get this 2-point conversion, would at least cut it to a 2-score game, and they missed the 2-point conversion. So Wisconsin, they end up making a statement here in American Conference action, winning by 3 touchdowns. However, all the way across the country, Washington and UCLA, both undefeated teams in their own right, well, they get started with conference play, as this Washington Huskies squad looks to take early control of the Northwest Division, while UCLA, we know what USC is going to do. USC, they're going to be a difficult team to beat. So these cross-divisional matchups for UCLA are so important because they need to win these types of games in order to want to have a chance at the end of the season to go to that Pac-12 championship game, right? So a very small margin for error for UCLA, but right now, Washington struggling through it right now, as the Washington Huskies with a 14-10 lead with 33 seconds left to play. Quarterback's going to drop back, and Scott Johnson is going to scramble yet again, wants to get to the outside, cuts back in and gets to about midfield, and will end up using yet another timeout. Only one timeout left to work through, though. We'll see how they utilize it. As they're sitting at about midfield right now, Johnson's going to look to throw over the middle. Oh, what a throw! That is a dot. I don't care how you slice it up, but Scott Johnson straight up threw a dime. And now Washington has an 11-point lead. And UCLA desperately needs to get that offense going right now, as Kenji Kobayashi does find the end zone for the Bruins. And even later on in the third quarter, UCLA got a chance to take the lead, and they will thanks to the tight end James Martin. So LA is now rocking as we are getting into this fourth quarter, a very close ball game between these two teams. Whoever wins this fourth quarter is going to end up winning the game, it seems like. So let's see exactly who wants it more. First and goal for the Huskies as they'll run it up the middle for Micah Jack, who nearly found the end zone. Thought they might have called a touchdown there, but instead they choose to mark him down at that 1-yard line. No need to worry though, because Scott Johnson finds the end zone on the very next play, as Washington will go on and beat UCLA 38-24. A huge blow to this Bruins squad. Speaking of the Pac-12, though, we'll check in on California. We'll see how they hold up against Ohio State. A little bit of a non-conference matchup that we actually saw one time before, like way back, and I believe in like 2013, 2012, along those lines. They actually played each other in real life. Went to Berkeley, California to play this particular game as well, if my memory serves me right. We'll see this play out once again on the virtual gridiron, as Ohio State will open up with the scoring. And to be honest with you, Cal was not really competitive in this game at all. Like, Ohio State just came in here, ripped every heart of every Berkeley civilian in the stadium, as Ohio State will go on and just absolutely dominate these guys. 30-burger, even in the fourth quarter, although we will see Cal eventually find the end zone. So it wasn't all bad for this Bears squad, but there was a lot of bad in this game, if we're going to be real for ourselves, as Blaylock Thomas, he nearly gets his second rushing touchdown on that particular run. And his tailback buddy, TJ Hutchinson, he'll make sure the 40-burger happens, as Ohio State does go on and dominate the Cal Bears, 55-13 being your final score. Now, we do get a studio update real fast, as Army is able to go on and beat Stanford 31-13, and that does mean that the Army Black Knights, they're going to start the season 2-0. And so far, so good for a team that has had high expectations going into this season. In other news, Northern Illinois was in a close battle with UAB, but the Blazers ran out of juice as the Huskies end up winning 35-32. And then a couple of other games happening, but most notably, Temple able to stun Michigan State, who should be out of the top 20. But before we close out week number 3, we'll check out a few other notable games that did happen around the country. Starting with USC, they went and took on Oklahoma, who's been a solid program in this series, but clearly no match for the Trojans as they continue to show why they are the #1 team in America as of right now. However, we might have at least another team leaving this top 25 as Penn State does end up getting stunned by the Rainbow Warriors of Hawaii. They notched their first win of the season as they beat Penn State 30-21 actually. And of course, we do have some rivalry game action happening for us here as Georgia remains undefeated for now. They do get into another close one though, as the Bulldogs needed a strong fourth quarter in order to avoid a major upset. So a quick check back into the top 25, and for right now, we do have a fair amount of stability, right? So your top 10 here is actually going to remain pretty much the same, although we do start seeing some movement outside of the top 10 though. Washington had that impressive win against UCLA, but they got to go and play USC, so another tough test for Washington in that regard. In other news though, UCLA dropped 7 spots. Well, now they gotta host Army, so another tough test for UCLA. We'll see if they can bounce back after a tough loss in conference play. I was able to move up a couple of spots, as does Memphis in the top 25. And rounding out your group, you see the Nevada Wolfpack sneak into the top 25. They're number 23 in the country. And then LSU is also back in the top 25 as well. Actually started the year unranked, but they are back here at number 25 in the country. LSU might actually be back. But as we close out this first month of the regular season, let's now go ahead and see what does Florida State and Georgia game has in store. Another top 10 matchup in the southeastern part of the country as Georgia seeks to go to 4-0 while Florida State only playing its second game of the season. The bye weeks have been pretty generous to the Florida State Seminoles thus far, but they're not going to have any more bye weeks for the remainder of this season. So here's hoping that they can actually remain a little bit on that healthy side. But so far, they are not in a healthy spot in this game, that's for sure. Down 10-0 already. Finally finding the end zone with 6:33 left to play in the second quarter. Dwayne Weldon is going to get that touchdown to make it a one-score game. But because they hold Georgia to a field goal on the next possession, they have a chance to take the lead. They might do it on this run, and Dwayne Weldon does. Touchdown, Seminoles! And Florida State takes the lead into halftime. But it's a very close game, just a 1-point game between these two powerhouses in the SEC. Florida State also could be one of those teams that could be a favorite for the Sunshine Division. A little bit of cross-divisional action as that DB just misses. He just straight up misses him, and Georgia's going to be able to find the end zone because of that. They will try for the 2-point conversion, but trying to throw across the body, it was simply not going to work. So it only ends up being a 5-point lead instead of a 7-point lead. They could score on this particular touchdown if they want to make it happen. So that being said, fourth quarter of action underway. Dwayne Weldon having a nice performance thus far. 129 and a touchdown. But trying to fake him out with a little bit of a triple option action. And does. Touchdown, Florida State. And the Seminoles will take the lead. And they'll also go for the 2-point conversion themselves, which is actually successful. So this Florida State squad can no longer lose on a field goal. But they could give up a field goal and make it a tie ball game. However, Georgia wants a little bit more than that. Fires over the middle and finds Greg Irons for the touchdown. The first touchdown pass for John Watson. It comes at a perfect time. This time they only settle for the extra point to be up by 4. as Florida State could not score in their next possession. So this game would very well make it barbecue chicken, and it is. Georgia is gonna score, and that is all she wrote, as Georgia is able to beat Florida State 36-22, and the Bulldogs will successfully get to 4-0. In addition, Eastern Carolina able to beat Fresno State by 9 in order to secure their first win of the year. As for a couple of other notable games that happened to take place in that 12:30 time frame, how about this right hook? Duke is going to walk into Hard Rock Stadium and take down the number 8 ranked Miami Hurricanes 45-33, a big time win for Duke that should warrant some national consideration. And then the Memphis Tigers are also able to beat Ole Miss 28-24, which means Memphis gets off to a pretty strong start here. They are now starting this season off 4-0. So the last time that we saw this UCLA team in action, they suffered their first loss of the season, and now they're back at it yet again here at home, but taking on an Army team that's ranked in the top 5 in the entire country. So we'll see how UCLA responds to it. A second loss this early in the season could be a death sentence to the UCLA Bruins football team. So a must win. Well, I don't want to say must win necessarily for like a game this early in the season, but it certainly feels like it. It definitely feels like that for sure. But with that being said, UCLA is responding pretty well. They're hanging tough with Army here pretty early, as Scott Gandy, one of the wide receivers on this talented UCLA team, does pick up the first down. And then later we'll see Allen McDaniel finding a spot in the zone coverage as Kenji Kobayashi does throw his second touchdown pass of the day. However, that being said, going for a little bit of a hat trick here in the first half, as UCLA is looking to put together one more drive before we go into halftime. And sure enough, on a 2nd and short, we got somebody going out in the flat in Adam Black. And Adam Black is able to find the end zone. Another touchdown for UCLA, as Army just trying what they can to stay in this game. But that interception is going to set the tone in that second half. That is a true freshman, Matt Arnold, that's getting a chance to start for this UCLA defense and making the most of those opportunities, as the Bruins will hang on and beat a top 10 Army team. Now, before we get into this last key game that we have for week number 4, we do have some other updates happening around the country as well. We got Wisconsin able to take down Kansas 48-21, so Wisconsin is still rolling here in the early parts of season number 7. We also have LSU continuing to be undefeated for right now, as we had a barn burner in Ruston, but Louisiana Tech is just going to fall short of pulling the upset off against number 25 LSU. Oregon, meanwhile, is going to remain undefeated for the time being. They do what they're supposed to do against Stanford, but need a strong fourth quarter to do it. Very intriguing stuff for the Oregon Ducks, as they're still trying to prove that they're a top 10 to 15 squad. And then, of course, the Iowa Hawkeyes are able to bounce back, but what I will say is a surprise here is that Missouri is still winless. This was a team that was the number 1 seed in the college football playoff last year, and now all of a sudden Missouri, they're going to need to win their conference just to get back to that college football playoff in the first place. But UCLA out in the Pac-12 was not the only Pac-12 team in action, as we get a good top 12 matchup between USC and Washington. Could be a possible Pac-12 championship preview depending on what happens the rest of the season. But this is a good litmus test for Washington to see where they stand against a team like USC, who was oh so close to winning the national championship last season, as Washington looks to go to work here, trying to run it to the outside, and Scott Johnson nearly getting that first touchdown of the day. Such a dynamic threat, as Scott Johnson averaging close to 100 yards rushing on a per game basis. He's been off to a hot start for sure, as he'll find the end zone there as well. So Washington will end up taking a one more touchdown there to make it a 1 touchdown deficit. However, can they stop USC from getting in the end zone? And I'm surprised they didn't award him the touchdown right there. I thought Brian Thompson got in, and evidently refs disagreed, and so the ball's going to be spotted at the 1 yard line. But worry not, though, as we will see this quarterback, James Redd, find the end zone there, and USC in a pretty comfortable spot. You know, game is certainly not locked in by any means, but, you know, this USC squad is certainly in a comfortable spot, and they will eventually ride it out with an even stronger second half, winning by nearly 40 on the road. An impressive win for sure. We're also seeing some other impressive wins from Nevada and Navy, showing why they're top 25 squads. So we made it through the first month of the season so far, and this is how your top 25 is shaking out so far. So USC is still number 1 in the country, but after that we do have a little bit of muscle movement. For example, Georgia has received a first place vote after their convincing win over Florida State, doing it in a very nationally televised game environment. Pittsburgh moved up a few spots. They dominated Washington State, while Army fell down 5 spots after losing to UCLA. Oregon moves up 3 spots. San Diego State is also in the top 10. These two are actually going to play each other. Should be a pretty good matchup. We'll cross-divisional battle. Ohio State's up 3 spots. Northern Illinois up to number 12 in the country. They beat Western Kentucky, with Florida State falling right behind them. Now, in the bottom half of the top 25, you do have UCLA ranked number 14 in the country now. You also have Washington still hanging in there in the top 20, but did take a hit after that blowout loss to USC. Was really not a competitive game. Miami, I think Miami's going to fall in the top 25 at some point. 1-2 to start the season. Their defense is not doing them any favors. That loss to Duke hurt. And then rounding out the top 25, Duke is the only newcomer, actually. They do walk in as the number 23 team in America. They'll be hanging around for at least a couple more weeks, as they are going to hang out on bye. And then Cal and LSU are here towards the bottom still. So, jumping into the second month of the NCSL season number 7, we're going to get kicked off with a little bit of a Friday night game between Auburn and Florida State. And the Seminoles are able to handle business with ease, garnering their second win of the season as they take down this Auburn Tigers squad, 34-10. So we will go ahead and get week number 5 underway, starting with a battle of unbeatens out in the Sun Belt. Number 20 Memphis making a field trip down to Baton Rouge to take on this number 25 ranked LSU squad. LSU getting not a significant amount of respect. You would think starting 4-0, that would be good enough to be ranked much higher, but that simply has not been the case. We'll see if they can beat this Memphis squad, that maybe that narrative can change a little bit. But one thing's for sure, the Death Valley is rocking, but I don't know how long that will last after LSU gets down 14-3 early. They definitely need a touchdown, and they need that touchdown yesterday, right? So LSU is going to go ahead, run a little bit of read option, and David Lloyd almost finds the end zone for LSU. They're going to mark him just shy at about the 1 yard line, might be the 1 inch line, to be honest with you, as Lloyd is going to pitch it out to the outside, and there's Andre Concepcion forcing his way into the end zone, and the Tigers of LSU are right back at it. Cut over to the fourth quarter as nothing crazy happens for the next quarter and a half, but we do start to see scoring pick up a little bit in this fourth quarter as Jacob Donaldson does throw his third touchdown pass of the game, but LSU has a chance to tie late. We'll see if they can put together a good 2-minute drive, and that's a great start there. John Williams taking it inside the 35-yard line, and LSU also has all of their timeouts as well, so there's no rush here as long as you're calling productive plays. However, Lloyd's gonna throw an interception with a minute left to play. and he's absolutely beside himself. He knew he was open. He just saw the read late, and Memphis is going to hang on and win down in Death Valley, handling LSU their first loss. So while that Memphis and LSU game was getting ready to wrap up, we had a couple of other notable scores that came in. One was USC. They were taking on Oregon State. Oregon State had that 3-0 start in non-conference play, but they dropped their second straight game, though, after losing to the number 1 team in America right now. As for Miami, though, they will bounce back after the disappointing loss to the Duke Blue Devils. They take their frustration out on Tulane, winning 45-7 in order to get back to 500 here on the season. And then I actually almost forgot about the Cy-Hawk Trophy between Iowa and Iowa State. Although not too much to report though. Iowa actually dominates Iowa State, and it's honestly been a one-sided rivalry in these last few years of the NCSL, at least from what I have seen. But even within this first half of the season, we have been treated to one of the most storied rivalry games in college football, and they're both meeting as top 10 teams in the country. Army taking on Navy in a neutral site matchup. Huge game here for both teams as they both want to have that Conference USA supremacy. As now, 1st and 10 coming up as Army's going to run it up the gut. Eric Morris will pick up a nice head of steam there in order to pick up a gain of 6 on the play. So making this a much more manageable second down. We'll see if they run it again, and they don't. It's going to be their quarterback on the run instead, as Tom Gunn is going to maverick this thing into the end zone. Touchdown, Army! And the Black Knights of Army off to an electric start. A 2-touchdown lead after 1 quarter of play, leaving Navy completely flabbergasted in that first quarter of action. But Navy is a great football team in its own right. They're certainly not going to be down forever. Navy is going to get their first points on the board within the opening moments of the second quarter, as Ron Mitchell is going to be able to take that nice little scamper into the end zone, as Navy does finally get on the scoreboard. But Army will answer back quickly, so starting to turn into something that we typically don't see in these Army and Navy games. We see this turn into a little bit of a shootout, dare I say it, as we're going to see 30-plus points put up between these two teams at the half, but we do start to see that scoring slow down just a little bit, right? In the third quarter, this is the only meaningful touchdown that we see from Jarrett Maynard, who's going to find a nice little soft spot in the zone. And then in that fourth quarter, down by 11, desperately need a score, and they're going to get it from their passing game as Ron Mitchell is able to find the crossing tight end. We'll see if they also go for the 2-point conversion as well, and sure enough, they actually are going to go for this 2-point conversion, but gets absolutely walloped in the backfield. So Brian Reed thwarts the 2-point conversion. So Navy now needs a touchdown to take the lead, which Ron Mitchell got them to within a few yards, but fumbles the ball. It's a bad pitch, and Army is going to take advantage, able to pick up the fumble recovery. However, they cannot run the clock down, so Navy will get at least one more chance, and one more chance they will get. Ron Mitchell able to make it happen there in terms of picking up that touchdown. But we'll also see them go for this 2-point conversion as well. 29-28 your score as Ron Mitchell wants some points and gets it. So the 2-point conversion is good. Army needs a field goal to tie, and a touchdown will win it. We'll see who wants it more on what could possibly be the final drive of the game. 2nd and 4 in Naval territory. Gunn is going to drop back, fires to the left-hand side, and finds his receiver, who makes a man miss and gets out of bounds over by about the 25-yard line. And Army still got a couple of their timeouts as well, but they can't use them because he gets intercepted. Oh, that's a painful way to go out. That is an absolutely painful one for sure, as Navy is going to be able to take down Army in this classic rivalry game thanks to a strong Naval run. That being said, that was not the only critical late night game that we had. Oregon getting ready to go to work against San Diego State as the Oregon Ducks still find themselves undefeated, but they are certainly in a battle of their lives right now against San Diego State. It's been a surprisingly low-scoring affair here. Only 7-3 your score as we get into the closing moments of the first half. But we'll see if Oregon can put together a little bit of a drive before we do end up going into halftime. And it's now 3rd and 6 coming up for the Oregon Ducks as they're in the red zone. And they're going to score with that red zone opportunity as the tight end Matt Wood gets himself open along the seam. And that's going to be a touchdown for your Oregon Ducks, giving them the lead. But can San Diego State get the last laugh before we get into halftime? We got a wide open man, a big boy running downfield. He's eventually brought down from behind. But oh, what a big time throw by Tony Ross. Way to see his tight end. And it eventually will lead to an Aztecs touchdown to Luke Bozeman. Luke Bozeman going to give the Aztecs the lead. So, a 14-10 lead for San Diego State, as San Diego State also gets the pleasure of starting with the ball to begin the second half. So, they got the lead, they got some momentum, and they get the ball first. Oh, San Diego State better take advantage of this drive right here as Tony Ross somehow manages to get out of that. A lot of times, that would end in a sack, but he was very slippery on that particular run. No diddy. And now San Diego State does expand their lead as the Oregon Ducks desperately need to get some points up on the scoreboard. 3rd and 5 coming up for Oregon as their quarterback wants to get a nice little touchdown strike, but throws it into harm's way and will not be lucky that time around, as that's the second turnover that Oregon has had. And it allows San Diego State to start pulling away as they do end up coming away with some points on that particular drive. But with that being said, up by 10, no timeouts left for Oregon. You would think they would just kneel it down, but no, they want to send a message, and the message has successfully been delivered. Touchdown, San Diego State, and the Aztecs will beat Oregon by 17. Handing the Ducks their first loss of the year. Meanwhile, studio update does come our way as Savannah is also going to suffer their first loss of the season, losing to Fresno State 27-20. If it wasn't for that Eastern Carolina game a couple of weeks ago, Bulldogs would probably be ranked after this. Now, before we get into the final notable game that we had for week number 5, there was a couple of other score updates that did end up coming in. Georgia does end up beating Georgia State, for example, 37-19, and that allows the Georgia Bulldogs to get off to a 5-0 start, a much better start than what they experienced last season. In addition, Texas actually did have a tougher game than originally realized, as Kansas State was up at the half, but they did end up running out of gas, and that means the Kansas State Wildcats are on a 16-game losing streak after dropping a heartbreaker to number 4 Texas on the road. But we do have one more top 25 matchup happening. It's number 5 Wisconsin. We're going to make the field trip up to Columbus, Ohio to take on this 2-0 Ohio State team. The Buckeyes did have a down year last year, one where Wisconsin was able to beat Ohio State pretty convincingly. So let's see if Wisconsin can possibly make it 2 in a row. However, Ohio State have some other things planned, as Will Whitaker is going to get the scoring started here for the Ohio State Buckeyes squad, able to take that 7-0 lead quickly. And then even later in the first quarter, playing with Thomas, one of your guys' customs, by the way, is going to have Micah Peterson find his way into the end zone. Just an incredible effort there. And Ohio State surges out to a 3-touchdown lead, looking to dominate the rest of the night. As Blythe Thomas, I thought he was going to score there almost, the way that he was breaking tackles down by the goal line. But on that very next play, though, Blythe was just going to hand it off to his tailback, Will Whitaker, who gets his second rushing touchdown of the night. And this was never really a contest at all. Ohio State able to take down Wisconsin 56-9 being your final score. That being said, we do get another studio update from around the country as Cal is able to beat Hawaii 34-17. This should be good enough for the time being to remain the top 25 in the nation. So we are starting to approach the halfway point of the season already, and this is what your top 25 now stands. Top 3 is going to remain exactly the same, but a few changes after that. For example, Navy moves up a couple of spots after their impressive win against the Army. San Diego State is also nearly a top 5 team after they handle business against Oregon as well. Ohio State's dominant win gets them to number 8 in the country. NIU is a top 10 team as well. And then Wisconsin, well, they lost pretty badly, one of the worst losses that we've seen, but they only fall 5 spots from it, so a lot of respect still given to Wisconsin. As for outside of the top 10, Florida State is up a couple of spots, as is UCLA. The Army fell 5 spots, but they're still getting plenty of respect even though they are a 500 team. Oregon is down 6 spots. And then rounding out your group, you got Memphis up a couple of spots. They're up to number 18 in the nation. And you have a couple of newcomers as well. Rice is back in at number 24. This is their first appearance in the top 25 here in year number 7. And speaking of first this year, Virginia Tech in the top 25 for the very first time. They are off to a strong 4-0 start here in year number 7. Alright boys, so let's go ahead and kick week number 6 action going, as Air Force is going to get things started by trying to pull up the upset off against Navy. While Air Force had a strong second half, it simply was not enough, as Navy will remain undefeated. Meanwhile, the Ohio State Buckeyes, after that big win against Wisconsin, had a little bit of a letdown performance against Indiana, allowed the Hoosiers to hang around for the entirety of the ball game. They do end up winning, but they surely dodged a bullet there. Miami, on the other hand, is silently on a 2-game winning streak, as they will improve to 2-1 in the SEC, doing so by blowing out Georgia Southern 44-14. And of course, Virginia Tech will remain in the top 25 for right now, as they'll beat Old Dominion 45-24. The Hokies are already on the verge of achieving bowl eligibility here in year number 7. But one of the biggest early season at least week number 6 games that we have is number 14 Nebraska taking on Minnesota. Minnesota proving that, hey, that one loss that we did take against Wisconsin might have been a little bit on the fluky side, and they can prove that here, starting with a Ray Jackson touchdown to get the Minnesota Gophers on the board. But not only that, also giving them the lead as well, as Minnesota does end up putting together an overall pretty solid first half here, as with that particular completion, Minnesota has an outside chance here of maybe taking a deep shot before going into halftime. He's got some time to chuck this downfield. He had him open. He absolutely had him open, but just didn't put enough on that ball. So Nebraska dodges a little bit of a bullet there, to be honest with you. Could have been 21-6, but instead, Nebraska gets a stop. They get the ball to start the second half as well. And now we're looking at, instead of Nebraska possibly being ran out of the building, they're right in the thick of this game. That 2-point conversion would have certainly helped, but they are certainly right in the thick of this ball game. Only down by a couple of points, but that will not last forever though, as Sam McCoy is going to take the pitch and scamper into the end zone. A touchdown for this Minnesota squad. So now Minnesota up 21-12 as Nebraska tries to answer back, and they will. Big boy touchdown will work, as that is the fullback getting involved there, running it into the end zone there. And Nebraska again only down by a couple of points. Now we're starting to see if this Nebraska defense can put together a stop, and that's all they need. Just one stop. That's all that they're looking for right now in this second half. but it's not going to happen so easily, though. Another touchdown for Minnesota, as Anthony Holmes is going to throw his second passing TD of the day. And with a couple of more field goals thrown in there as well, Nebraska down by quite a bit here now. They're going to need a little bit of lady luck in order to try and make this game more competitive. They're going to go for a 2-point conversion, though. They're going for a 2-point conversion because of what the analytics say, but that could bite them a little bit because Darren Smith fails to run it into the end zone. And Minnesota, if they can score here, could really shut the door as their backup running back, I believe, no, it was their starter, Ray Jackson. He's getting involved there yet again. And shoot, just for pure shits and giggles, they're going to go for a 2-point conversion. They don't really need this. Quarterback still somehow staying on his feet, and it just doesn't work out that way. But Minnesota does end up winning 40-25, getting a really solid win here. But while that top 25 game was coming to an end, we also had a few other games around the country that also just hit final. And this is a shocker. Maryland is able to walk in to Tallahassee and beat Florida State 28-23, which means Maryland is still surprisingly undefeated, going to be 4-0 on the season with a signature win. However, we might have spent a little bit too much time hyping up Duke because Duke's gonna lose. A little bit of a letdown game in a rivalry matchup. They lose to Lake Forest 38-35 as the Blue Devils suffer their first loss of the season. As for USC, they are going to beat Nevada pretty handily here, winning by 30 as Nevada loses their second consecutive game. And to round things up here in week number 6 in terms of those notable matchups, battle of unbeatens here between Rice and SMU, and the Rice Owls are going to come out on top 35-12 to get to 2-0 in Big 12 conference play. So we are now approaching that halfway mark in the season, and this is where things stand. Now, surprisingly, Michigan fell 3 spots, even though their game against Ohio was a very dominant win, so I'm surprised they moved Michigan down as much as they did, but hey, it is what it is sometimes. Ohio State does move up a couple of spots, even though Indiana did give them a pretty tough time, as there is really no other changes to report in the top 10. However, outside of the top 10, things get a little bit spicier. Cincinnati, for example, they have been really proving that what they did in year number 6 was not a fluke, as Cincinnati is now 5-0 on the season. They got another win against Purdue, and now they're ranked number 12 in the country. As for Memphis, they move up a few spots as well, up to number 14. That's 4 spots up from last week. And then Minnesota, we saw them. They're going to basically switch spots with Nebraska. Nebraska, I believe, was 14th, so Nebraska will fall 7 spots here. So got that going on. Rice is up 6 spots. They beat SMU. And then rounding out your group, you got teams like Iowa, Nebraska, Florida State, who's still barely hanging on to the top 25. And then one newcomer here because of that Duke loss. Arizona State is able to sneak in at number 25 in the country. They have started the season 5-0 as well, and finally getting some respect put on their name. So let's go ahead and get things rolling here with week number 7 action, and we get started with a couple of early games that we get scores reported for. Texas and Oklahoma did go at it in the Red River rivalry, and even though it was a competitive game, Texas was able to pull away in the 4th quarter, and they will remain undefeated on the season. However, the same cannot be said for Georgia. Georgia is going to be stunned in its first game of the season by blowing a 20-point lead in the 4th quarter. UAB rattles off 21 unanswered in that final frame in order to pull off an historic upset for the UAB Blazers on the road. So closing in on the halfway point of the season, and we have an extremely critical matchup happening in that southern part of the Pac-12 conference, as we got San Diego State and USC getting ready to go at it. San Diego State looking to make a statement and try to beat this USC team on the road. And it's a close one early here. San Diego State has a small lead, but USC looking to erase said small lead here, as they're going to get down to the goal line, where one of the first plays that we see in the second quarter, quarterback's going to go ahead and pitch it out to the man in the mirror, as Andrew Wilson finds the end zone. Touchdown USC, and it will end up tying things up at 7 apiece. Later on in the quarter, USC gets another red zone opportunity where Brian Thompson is going to stiff arm a man through the first down marker, really showing that rare strength that you see out of slot wide receivers. And they will use that to go on and get another rushing touchdown on the ground. This time, James Redd going to be the one running it into the end zone for USC. So the Trojans will take a 17-7 lead to the half. San Diego State might be in a little bit of trouble here, so they're going to need some more points out of Tony Ross and company. They're also going to need some big plays from their defense as well, as Ross going to call his own number for a quarterback draw on 3rd and short, and gets more than enough yardage in order to go ahead and pick up that first down. So goal line situation here for the Aztecs, as Tony Ross trying to run it in once again, but this time puts the ball on the ground, and that also ends up being recovered by USC. And it was just that type of day for San Diego State. I mean, the Aztecs, don't get me wrong, they were moving the ball downfield, they were creating opportunities with their defense, but 4 turnovers up to that point, that's just a backbreaker. And you're just not going to win like that playing against a team like USC, as Andrew Wilson is probably going to have his easiest rushing touchdown of his entire career. I kid you not. That was just a wide but naked hole that even I could have ran through, and I got that Tom Brady speed, you know what I'm saying? But that being said, though, fourth quarter, USC looking to finish the job here, as James Redd's got free wide to the left, but it's going to be an option play instead. And Redd is going to find his way into the end zone. Touchdown for USC once again. Which means San Diego State once again finds itself in deep trouble, as they need a comeback of the century if they're going to take down this #1 team in America. That's a big reason why Tony Ross just did not get the typical production that you would get out of Tony Ross. 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. But Anthony Jones will punch it in with about 5.5 to go. And they'll even look for this 2-point conversion as well. This could really help the Aztecs here. 2-point conversion is good. That does get it to a 2-possession game. But you also got to stop this USC offense. And that's another big issue for the Aztecs. Just couldn't get those key stops today, as James Redd, he's going to take it himself into the end zone yet again. It is a touchdown for this USC squad. And the Trojans will remain undefeated on the season, carrying a 38-15 win over San Diego State out at home. Meanwhile, number 20 Iowa is looking to try and remain in the top 25, as they will travel to take on number 10 Wisconsin. The Badgers only losing 1 game so far this season. It was a blowout to Ohio State. We'll see if Wisconsin can avoid that same fate, as Wisconsin's going to be looking to go to work here, down by 4 with less than a minute to go. As they'll throw over the middle, nice little check down to Adam Smith, able to pick up the first down. Wisconsin will start using timeouts, but they still have a couple of timeouts that they can work through to put together a pretty good drive. That throw was really crafted under distress, because I'll tell you what, standing in the pocket, knowing that you're going to take a hit like that, and still delivering a very good football, I mean, that is certainly not an easy thing to do at all. And yet there he is, his quarterback is doing exactly that, leading a very good 2-minute drive right now, but just looking to finish, as that will get Wisconsin inside the 10-yard line. Goal line opportunity coming up, so we'll probably have at least 2 shots to the end zone, but they will all be squandered though, as Iowa is able to intercept this pass, this could go all the way, but a wide receiver tackles him from behind. So Iowa is able to preserve the lead for now. But with that being said, Iowa getting ready to go to work, taking on Wisconsin in the second half, as Iowa will go and extend their lead. Wisconsin in a little bit of a danger zone right now. How about this screen being set up on a 4th and 11? And Nathan Anderson just finding a way to pick up those extra yards. I mean, that was all on Nathan Anderson, and they're going to go back to him. Actually, no, it's his backup Justin Wright, but result will remain the same. An Iowa touchdown yet again, as Wisconsin really in some serious trouble right now. They already have one blowout loss, so a second one could really crush any hopes of an at-large, and that just puts more pressure to win that conference, this American Conference, at the end of the season. And yet, this Wisconsin team is starting to respond. Touchdown there by Jeff Hollis. And then shortly after, they will go for the 2-point conversion. Looking right, and it's dropped! It is actually dropped. Comrade Powell just cannot believe himself there. So, thought Wisconsin was going to build a little bit of momentum, but those plays like that, those are absolute momentum killers. Absolute momentum killers. So, 28-9 is now your score. Iowa putting together yet another drive. We're not used to this, actual points being scored by an Iowa offense as their quarterback stands alone. A little bit of a glitch happening there, and Wisconsin is going to make them pay for it. A little bit of luck of the draw there on that particular read option, as the quarterback was actually able to move. That probably would have at least been a first down. Might have been a little bit more than a first down, actually, as Wisconsin will use that to get a touchdown through the air. Conrad Powell finally able to get on the score sheet there. And they're actually going to make it real interesting here. Only a 7-point game going into this final minute of the ball game. And so if Conrad Powell can put together a game-winning drive here, really could be a whole different conversation. Iowa really trying to blow this game right now, as Powell's going to drop back. Looks left. Thought he had a man for a second, but just didn't put enough air under that ball. And this could mean that Wisconsin is going to be out of that at-large conversation. Iowa's going to be able to go on the road and beat Wisconsin 31-24 in a heartbreaker for the Badgers. Now, that being said, speaking of those at-large conversations, we got to talk about Miami real quick, man. Miami's already got a couple of losses, but they're still here ranked in the top 20 in the country. I would imagine that Miami cannot afford to lose any more games, but they're taking on a very good Washington football team. 3-1 going into this battle in the Hard Rock Stadium, as Washington gets off to a very strong start, even with the backup quarterback with Sean Love, who transferred in from the FCS ranks, doing a solid job of leading this offense. You know, not really playing that hero ball per se, but just being that steady force for Jonah Kaminsky and the rest of his offense. And Miami not only having those defensive issues that we thought could have been a problem if you want to go back to the preseason, but also in addition to that, they haven't even been able to score. So just really a worst case scenario here for the Miami Hurricanes right now, as you know it's going to be a bad day when the backup quarterback of all people is shattering your defense and exposing your secondary. I mean, just absolutely crazy to watch unfold right before our eyes right now, as Sean Love will drop back the pass once again. He's able to maybe not find the end zone there on that particular throw, but get a good chunk of yardage there. As now, 3rd and goal, everybody out onto the goal line, and yet they choose to pass and finds an open Micah Jack in the back of the end zone. Miami is going to handle business with ease against Miami, 63-28 in that one. Finally, we do have a little bit of studio update, and a shocker is completed. Wyoming beats Florida State, and the Seminoles are likely going to be falling out of the top 25 completely. And then we also had a battle of unbeatens for the victory bell, as Miami and Cincinnati were going at it as well. Cincinnati was in a close one as they end up winning, but man, did they almost had the upset pulled on them. Really do believe that Red Hawks team deserves to be ranked at some point in the season if they can continue their level of play in the second half. But how about a little bit of Pac-12 after dark action as number 23 California is ready to kick things off against number 11 UCLA in that Pacific Division title race. UCLA finds itself down 7-0 here early, but Kobe Kenyachi looking for those tough yards. He is one of the more dynamic quarterbacks in the NCSL, and of course one of your guys' customs as well, as UCLA is still looking to get on the board here late in this first quarter of action. We'll see if they can punch it in here, as a couple of plays later they go back to Adam Black, who's able to follow the blocking up front and find the end zone. Touchdown UCLA. So the Bruins will end up tying things up, and then after that UCLA just never looked back afterwards. UCLA really handled its business beyond the first quarter of action, and while Cal is trying what they can to try their best to remain in this game, I think that UCLA is gonna do more than enough to win this thing, as the Bruins will end up winning 41-21, courtesy of an extremely strong first half performance. Now, we do get some studio updates after that, including Florida being beaten by LSU and Cincinnati beating Miami. Plus, you got Hawaii able to take down Stanford 22-16. One more loss for the Cardinal, and they can't go bowling. So, with that said, we did officially reach that halfway point in the season, and now we take a quick look around to see what's shaking around the country right now in terms of these conference races. So we'll start with the ACC because we're going in alphabetical order, obviously. So Wake Forest won Carolina's division last year, and they're right in the thick of things once again, tied for first place with Virginia Tech, who recently got into the top 25 themselves. Charlotte also finds themselves in shouting distance as well. As for the Commonwealth Division, it looks like it might turn into a two-team race. The Duke Blue Devils are currently on top with a 4-1 overall record. Virginia, who has struggled in non-conference play, looks like they're picking things back up. That Virginia-Duke game might hold some water for the Commonwealth Division. As for the Frontier Division, it looks like it might be a little bit too early to call, as Kansas State has only played one conference game and they're listed as the top of the Frontier Division, but it might more likely be a two-team race still between Minnesota and Nebraska. But shout out to Kansas State for at least not being winless here in year number 7, unlike what happened last year. Meanwhile, the Lake Division looks like it's going to be all Iowas at this point, as Iowa just got that big-time win against Wisconsin. They still got to go play Bowling Green. Bowling Green probably the only team in shouting distance of Iowa right now, but for the Hawkeyes, it's their division to lose right now. As for the Alamo, right now we got a 3-team race at the moment. Actually, 2 teams that are tied at the top. Texas, we knew Texas was going to be in there, but Rice is hanging in there pretty well, although they had a pretty debilitating loss that did ultimately kick them out of his top 25. Other teams that lost just one game include Texas A&M, the Baylor Bears, and the UTSA Roadrunners as well in that second tier in the Alamo. But who is going to come and face Texas in the Big 12 Championship? That's the million-dollar question. So right now it's a pretty open race, it seems like, because right now we got a two-way tie between North Texas and Tulsa, but then not too far behind you also have SMU and the TCU Horned Frogs as well, who maybe could make things interesting within that Lone Star division. Meanwhile, in the Big Ten, Buckeye Division, it looks like it's going to ultimately be a 2-team race between Cincinnati and Ohio State. Those 2 teams are both undefeated and should be a really fun matchup when we get to see that actually play out. In the Hoosier, also looks like it most likely be a 2-team race ultimately for that Paul Bunyan Trophy between Michigan and Michigan State. Miami, Ball State, and Purdue are all teams that are all still in it though. Now, moving on to Conference USA, and we have a surging Maryland team at the top of the Colonial Division right now. In that Colonial Division, you have Maryland ranked number 17 in the country, but they'll likely have a big test later this season in the midshipmen of Navy, who have traditionally represented the Colonial Division. After that, we got a free team race in that second tier between Rutgers, James Madison, and the Texas State Bobcats as well. On the opposite side, though, you got Boston College actually leading things right now. They are on top of the Union Division right now, but they got to take on some of these better teams in this particular division, such as Pittsburgh and Army, who are still ranked in the top 15 in the country. But shout out to the Boston College Eagles for sitting at the top right now. Quick look at the Independents, and San Jose State is actually already bowl eligible. It's just a matter of time if San Jose State can eventually sneak into that top 25. In the MAC, the Blues division right now is going to be a pretty intriguing watch as Mid-Tennessee State finds itself at the top right now. 4-1 overall record. They are in front of both Tennessee, who lost their only conference game in this very division, and the Louisville Cardinals as well, who are sitting at that decent 1-1 mark at the halfway point of the year. Now, for the Great Lakes division, and right now it does seem like it's likely going to be actually could be a pretty interesting race here. Northern Illinois at the very top. Looks like they're turning into a powerhouse in the MAC. Marshall is not too far behind, and Marshall quietly building themselves into quite the program. They won 10 games last year. Notre Dame and West Virginia might also have something to say in the Great Lakes division as well. Now, out in the Mountain West, we go to the Desert Division now, and it's going to be at that two-team race. Likely going to come down to either Arizona State or Colorado winning this Desert Division this year. But on the other side, you also have more parity, possibly. Colorado State, who actually did end up winning the Mountain West last year. They are at the top yet again. Boise State, however, with an impressive 7-0 start, they just got ranked into the top 25 as well. Utah is doing all right for themselves. They're 2-3 overall and only have one conference loss. They're certainly not out of things, at least not yet. Now, moving on over to the Pac-12, and right now, Washington is on top, followed by California, who just lost their first game to UCLA, and then Oregon, who I believe Oregon lost to Washington earlier this year. Well, actually, no, they have no divisional record, so Oregon and Washington actually still have to play each other, so should be a fun free team race. However, in the Pacific is far more competitive. This is the more competitive divisions outside of Stanford, of course. Obviously, you got USC, who's ranked number 1 in the country. They need no introduction. Fresno State, however, probably should be ranked with a 5-1 type record at the halfway point. San Diego State, they dropped their second game of the season to USC, but they're still ranked in the top 15. And then UCLA had that impressive win against Cal. They're actually a top 10 team right now, with Hawaii possibly staying around and maybe playing a little bit of spoiler, but this is an insanely tough division that's going to be insanely fun to watch. Couple more conferences left encompass the SEC now, as the SEC is looking to be a free team race, 3 to 4 team race, depending on how you look at it. You got Georgia Tech at the top, but Georgia's played most of their conference games already, suffered their first loss of the year recently, which gives teams like Coastal Carolina, UAB, and Georgia Southern, of all teams, a little bit of life here in this Peach Division as well. On the other side, though, it looks like USF is currently sitting at the top right this moment, but too early to tell who's going to come out of this Sunshine Division. Miami is simply not the same team. Their defense is simply not good enough. Could it be a year for maybe UCF, Florida Atlantic, the Florida Gators, or Florida State? If they can get their stuff together in conference play, it could be an interesting to see who comes out of the Sunshine. So the last conference that we have is the Sun Belt, and we'll start with the Bayou. Right now, we got ourselves a pretty interesting watch here, as Memphis is a top 10 team. They are still undefeated. Louisiana Tech is having a good season in the Sun Belt, as well as is teams like LSU, who just crept it back into the top 25, and the Raging Cajuns, who also only have one conference loss to their name as of right now. But in the Dixie, it looks like the Dixie might be the lesser division right now, but still some interesting watches here though. Alabama's at top right now with a 3-2 overall record, followed by Mississippi State and Ole Miss very closely behind them. And then of course Southern Miss is still in the thick of things. They've only played a couple of conference games themselves. South Alabama could also make some noise, even though they're off to a slow start here in the Sun Belt right now. So before we get into that sole week number 8 matchup that we had that was in the top 25, or at least featuring 2 top 25 teams, let's take a quick look at some early games that happened. For example, Boise State got that added pressure of being undefeated, but so far they're handling it well, beating Utah 23-17 to remain undefeated. And then speaking of that West Coast, we have a little bit of a low-scoring game in the state of California as Alabama and San Diego State went at it. Both teams had to wait until the second half just to score, but Alabama finds the way to stun San Diego State late, winning 14-13. Now, Maryland is off to an extremely surprising start here, beating a couple of ranked opponents along the way, finally getting to this number 17 ranking, but now this is their first time in the limelight. First top 25 matchup, whereas Army is a little bit more on the experience side when it comes to this type of stuff. So we'll see how Maryland handles the pressure. They're here at home, but Army is putting together a solid drive to begin this game, and it will end in a Carlos Scott touchdown. So the Army Black Knights are able to go ahead and take a 7-0 lead. However, late in the first quarter, Maryland is going to go ahead and throw out to the right-hand side to find Mark Williams for the first down, and it will set up a goal line situation where Maryland will drop back to throw again, looks over to the right-hand side, it's got plenty of time, throws over the middle, and it's caught! Justin Roach has the end zone. Touchdown, Maryland! And the Terrapins will tie things up. Now, going into the second quarter, it's one thing to tie the number 10 team in America, but how about we also take the lead on that number 10 team in America? Mike Williams finds the end zone for Maryland. It's a touchdown for the Terrapins, and it leads to an electric second quarter for this Maryland squad as Mike Williams is also able to find the end zone on the ground as well. And how about maybe one more touchdown before we go to half, throwing over the middle and finding that tight end, Mark Williams, who's been a nice safety blanket for Brandon Thompson. So now Maryland's got a nice little lead here in the second half, but trying to grow it more as he finds the custom Jackson Durant finding the end zone, and the big man finds another touchdown, making it 35-14. So not only is Maryland winning this game, but they are borderline dominating this game. I think no matter what happens in this remaining quarter, it goes to show that Maryland does need to be taken more seriously moving forward. I better see them move up these polls, as Army just trying what they can to make the scoreboard look respectable. But I think it's going to be a lot of too little, too late in this circumstance, as Maryland will go on and beat Army 41-35. Big time win for the Terps. But then after that Maryland and Army game went final, we also had a multitude of games receiving final scores as well that involved top 25 teams. For starter, Georgia took on Tennessee, and Georgia ends up winning 35-21 to send the Volunteers back to 500. We also saw Ohio State and Michigan State go at it, and the Buckeyes quickly overwhelmed the Spartans as Ohio State proves that they are indeed a top 5 team in the nation. LSU shows why they deserve to be ranked in the top 25 as well, as they beat up Ole Miss 45-14. LSU off to a great start in Sun Belt Conference play. Now, let's switch over to the Keystone Classic, where Pittsburgh and Penn State went at it. Pittsburgh dominating Penn State as the Panthers win 45-0. The Panthers recover from their surprising loss against Maryland. As for the USC Trojans, they took on Notre Dame in the Battle of the Jules Charleroi, and USC was able to win that rivalry game with ease. The Trojans win 48-21 to remain undefeated on the season. That being said, we continue ACC action by checking in on Virginia Tech, as the Hokies are now going to be 7-0 after a 38-14 win over North Carolina. Colorado State took on Wyoming in a little bit of a Western Border War classic, and the Rams almost had their first loss of the season handed to them, but a late surge in the last quarter and a half allows Colorado State to remain undefeated. And what could possibly be one of the bigger upsets of week number 8, Missouri ends up beating Wisconsin 35-23. So will this keep the Badgers out of the top 25 when next week comes around? It might be a little bit of a close call, to be honest with you. A surprising loss nonetheless. So let's now check those top 25 polls to see if Wisconsin remains in the top 25 or not. But first, we got to start at the top. Surprisingly, Texas did move down a couple of spots, even though they won. Granted, it was a very close win against UTSA. Memphis also got the benefit from being on bye and a little bit of chaos happening, so we see them move up a couple of spots. However, the team that probably rose the most in this top 25 was Maryland. Number 17, they come in, they beat Army, and they get a ton of respect for it. They move up 9 spots because of that, with Washington rounding out the top 10 after a 34-14 win over Nevada. Now, outside of the top 10, you got Oregon moving up a couple of spots. They beat Fresno State. Pitt, they end up beating Penn State. Minnesota is up a couple of spots as well. Iowa is up too, so the American is showing out pretty well. Georgia, they're up 4 spots to number 15 in the country. Colorado State, still trying to get a little bit more respect. You know, definitely plenty of 1 and 2 loss teams in between them and Maryland, but number 16 is pretty good. However, Cincinnati does suffer their first loss of the season, and because of that, Cincinnati out of the top 10 completely. They're now down here at number 17 in the country. As for Army, they also fell pretty steep with that loss to Maryland. And then rounding out your group, you still have Boise State here at number 20. Virginia Tech is at number 21. The Aztecs, after their loss to Alabama, they're here at number 22. LSU up a couple spots, and then 2 newcomers because Arizona State also lost. Rice is back in at number 24. The food is dangerous. And then Georgia Tech is here as your number 25 team in the country. Now we'll go ahead and get things started here with week number 9 action, and USC wins once again. They beat Hawaii 38-21, but it was closer than what people realize, right? So this game was just 17-14 going into the final quarter, but the Trojans were able to pull away. As for Northern Illinois, we might have witnessed a passing of the torch as Notre Dame has been cooked. They were killed by NIU 44-17. This NIU team is steadily looking to return back to that college football playoff, and what can they do without worrying about winning that MAC title game? As for Ohio State, they'll also remain undefeated for the time being as they'll beat the Toledo Rockets 38-7, showing why they are currently ranked inside the top 5. So we do see that week number 9 is in full swing now, with number 22 San Diego State making the trip up north to take on UCLA in Los Angeles, California. But we get a rare rainy day here in LA, usually seeing that sun shining. So we'll see how both offenses play with it, as these two California teams, frankly, likely don't have to deal with the rain as much as maybe different parts of the country or even up north within the same conference. But 4th and inches, UCLA is going to put their nuts on their shoulders here, and it's going to work out to perfection as Adam Black is going to find the end zone. Touchdown, UCLA! And it allowed the Bruins to have the lead for quite some time. But here comes Tony Ross. Ross is going to be able to throw a nice ball out to Evan Wilson, nearly for the first down, but it is going to be marked just shy. However, very next play, Aztecs are going to run the ball up the gut, and it will lead to a score. So both teams getting their run offenses going here pretty well overall, but it helps when you have one of the most dynamic quarterbacks in America in your corner, and Kenji Kobayashi is certainly one of them. While he may like to scramble a little bit too much, he knows a thing or two about throwing that ball extremely well, as James Martin is going to find the end zone. Touchdown UCLA, and the Bruins will take an 11-point lead, as now late in the third quarter, Kobayashi able to scramble out to the left-hand side, gonna break multiple tackles, and no one is stopping this man from getting in the end zone. He told that Aztec secondary, "Get off me, little boy." And UCLA looking real good, taking this win here at home, but the Aztecs still have one last gasp of air. A quick rushing touchdown by Tony Ross, but they don't get the 2-point conversion, and UCLA will go on and win 34-25. In addition, we do also see Fresno State win, and Boise State, who is just ranked, they're going to go down. Now, after that, there was a couple of other top 25 games that were on national television, one being this Texas TCU game, but oh baby, did we have a shocker here. TCU is going to be able to pull this off. They pull the upset off against the Texas Longhorns 31-26, so the Texas team, they end up dropping their first game of the season, while TCU possibly saves theirs. And then Washington went at it against the University of California, Berkeley, who used to be in the top 25 actually until a couple of weeks ago. Washington beats Cal 31-17, and this Husky team is off to a good start as well, off to a 6-1 start here in year number 7. So we are already closing in on the final month of the regular season, and this is how your rankings are shaping up as of right now. Maryland did move up a couple of spots. They had that big win versus Louisville. They continue to impress these pollsters. We're going to have some respect put on their name for sure. But that's really the only big thing that's happened here in this top 10. Outside the top 10 is a different story though. Colorado State moved up 5 spots even though they were on a bye as well. And then in other news, Army, they also move up a couple of spots, number 16 in the country, even though they're just 4-3. Texas moves down 12 with the huge upset loss, might I add. And then rounding things out in the top 25, you got Virginia Tech at number 19 in the nation. LSU is up 3, they're up to number 20. And then we got some newcomers in here. Duke's in here at a 6-1 record, as is Wisconsin. Alabama, Cincinnati, they are hanging on by a thread, currently on a 2-game losing streak actually. And then the Arizona State Sun Devils, they are back in this top 25, even though they were just on bye this week. And because we were able to see Arizona State sneak into the top 25, we have a rare top 25 matchup between Colorado State and Arizona State. Now, these two teams have combined to win the last couple of Mountain West title games. So these are surely two teams that are at the very top of the Mountain West right now, and could decide that Mountain West as well going down the road, as Colorado State is going to get the first touchdown in the game here early in this second quarter of action. They'll take an early 7-3 lead because of that, as now Arizona State looks to answer back, looking to throw over the left-hand side. Dangerous throw, but it does get caught by a Sun Devil, Stephon Henry, for a 35-yard scamper. And here comes this Arizona State squad attacking that middle of the field with extreme efficiency. And now staring down a goal line situation. Arizona State throwing over the middle. It's going to have Phillip Banks run through a couple of defenders. Touchdown ASU. And the Sun Devils will end up taking the lead, up 10-7 in that regard. And looking to continue that lead is, I don't know how Tim Lead managed to catch that pass, because that was a tight window, but it found its way through in there. That's a tight little hole that he found, no diddy. Meanwhile, last couple minutes of this game, Arizona State looking to hang on and win it. Dropping back, trying to throw, but it's fumbled. Recovered by Colorado State, and we might have a big boy touchdown on the Verizons. We do! We do! Touchdown, Tate Hines! And Colorado State now has the lead. And vice versa. Arizona State's now going to have to drive 80 yards down the field in less than a couple of minutes. Let's see if ASU has what it takes to win here at home. 1:15 left to play. Still have all your timeouts. Throwing over the middle. He's got a man open. Going to be able to pick up the first down and a little bit more as Tim Lee gets the Sun Devils across midfield. But now getting inside that 1 minute mark. Again, looking to throw. Firing over the left-hand side. Makes a couple people miss. And Phillips Banks now in shouting distance. Looking to the right-hand side one more time. It's going to be caught by David Howard. And that provides a red zone opportunity. Going to go down to the last play of the game. Looking over the middle. It's caught! Tim Lee caught it! And Arizona State is going to be able to stun Colorado State 27-24. But while we wait for the other notable matchup that we have for the upcoming week to kick off, let's go ahead and check out some of these other notable box scores from around the country real quick. USC went to take on Fresno State, and Fresno State had a chance to impress the pollsters, get into the top 25, but they just can't do it. They lose to USC by 10, as the Trojans do remain undefeated on the season. As for Alabama, they're going to enjoy their time in the top 25 just a little bit longer as they beat Northwestern 31-16, courtesy of 17 unanswered in the second half. For the Navy is also going to remain undefeated for the time being as they blow out Notre Dame 38-10. Notre Dame with a putrid season, currently sitting at 3-5. However, we got a big upset out in the SEC as Georgia loses to Florida in the world's biggest cocktail party. Florida wins 38-24 as the Gators should sneak into the top 25 with this win. And then to round things out here for notable box scores for right now is Texas taking on Texas A&M. The Texas Longhorns win this one 38-14, so they are able to bounce back after a shocking loss to TCU in the previous week. But hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished because we actually had even more box scores come in. Virginia Tech took on Boston College as the Hokies win 37-13. Virginia Tech still undefeated at 9-0. Maybe they'll actually sneak into this top 15. As for the Battle of Paul Bunyan's axe, the Michigan Wolverines were able to take down their rivals 37-24. A more competitive game than anticipated, but the Wolverines were too much. However, this is going to shake some heads in the Big Ten as well as in the rest of the country. The Ohio Bobcats, who started the season 1-5, by the way, they're now on a 3-game winning streak, and that includes a top 5 win over Ohio State. Imagine that. And of course, UCLA probably will benefit greatly from that result as they had a big win against Stanford, 41-17 your final score. UCLA could find themselves in the top 5 because of some results happening around the country. So this particular game was supposed to happen all the way back in week number 1, but because of some stadium technical issues at the time, it was postponed to this part of the season, and it's a good thing that we waited because LSU is ranked higher than where they were at the start of the year. Same thing with Duke, also ranked higher than they were to start the year. So we end up getting a top 25 matchup out of it, and Duke is actually going to come even with LSU. That Van Cooper touchdown, he was a highly touted recruit back when he was going through the recruiting process. Going to allow Duke to tie things up, but that was where the positivity stops with Duke there as LSU steamrolls the Duke Blue Devils. LSU puts together 30 unanswered, and they ultimately run away with it after the first quarter. So we do get a bunch of studio updates after that though, and it's quite a bit happening around the country. For starters, this was an extremely close call, but Memphis is going to beat Southern Miss here 42-35 being your final score. So Memphis is going to remain undefeated for now. But oh baby, was that an extremely close call. Southern Miss has a heartbreaking loss. They do have to go back to 500. And then we get a couple of ACC scores, Clemson beats Charlotte, Appalachian State loses to East Carolina. Old Dominion able to beat Virginia 35-17, as it looks like the Mike Vick the third era is not going very well at all. Alright, so week number 10 does come to a close after that, and with 4 weeks left in the regular season, this is where we currently stand. Now, Maryland does sneak into the top 5 because of a 17-point win versus Rutgers, but then beyond that, didn't have a lot of change here in this top 10, aside from Pittsburgh being able to move up a couple more spots. Now, outside of the top 10, things get a little bit more interesting, however, as Minnesota climbs 2 spots. They were on bye. Ohio State, we know what happened to them against Ohio. They fall 8 spots because of that. Army is up 3 after a win against Air Force. Texas is up 3. Colorado State, heartbreaking loss against Arizona State. They dropped 4 spots because of that. As for the lower half of the top 25, Virginia Tech still undefeated. They're still here at number 16. And then rounding out your group, you got LSU here at number 18 in the country. They're going to play against Alabama. Iowa loses a game against Central Michigan, but they're still here even with their second loss of the season. Wisconsin is in the top 20. Central Michigan is actually a newcomer. They beat Iowa. I think this is the first time that we do see Central Michigan in the top 25 in this series. So, gonna check out this Chippewas team here in a little bit. But, rounding out your group, you got Arizona State up 3 spots. Alabama is remaining where they are. Georgia is down 9. And then Cincinnati is hanging around as your number 25 team in the country. With that said, though, we'll go ahead and get week number 11 officially underway, and we're starting out with at least one upset. Cal is able to hold it down against the Oregon Ducks. They're able to score with 3.5 minutes left in the game, and Cal is going to hold on and beat the number 9 team in all of college football. As for Ohio State, after they got shocked by Ohio last week, they're going to be able to rebound against the Golden Flashes, beating Kent State 30-14, a nice bounce back performance. As for the Navy, they'll continue to roll through the regular season as they notched their 9th win of the season, blowing out the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers 52-21. But then after Colorado State had one heartbreaker in their game against Arizona State, well, they're going to get another heartbreaker on their hands as well. As on the very last second, Utah is able to score from 27 yards out. And for the second time, Colorado State loses on the very last play of the game. Tough to see it. But speaking of those small programs, though, we now have number 20 Wisconsin getting ready to go to work against number 21 Central Michigan, as the Chippewas are looking to prove that they're also a top 25 team. But not only that, Central Michigan in the thick of it of that Lake Divisional hunt for the American Conference, so a win against Wisconsin here would go paramount for Central Michigan's chances to not only win the division, but possibly to host the American Conference. That would be something to see here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan as well. We haven't really talked about Central Michigan that much in this series, but now they are giving us a chance to have a look at them climbing up to number 21 in the nation. But this Wisconsin team, they're certainly not going to lie down lightly, though. They have been featured in multiple top 25 games this season. They've had one of the more difficult schedules in the entire NCSL. And so this is certainly a battle-hardened team. So they're not going to blink if they give up an opening drive touchdown at all. Now, are they? Same cannot be said for Central Michigan, though. With this being their first top 25 matchup in years, we'll see what they can do here as Central Michigan is in a 3rd and 10. I just burped that sexy. So is this little run and catch here as it... Oh! Ken King almost manages to make it all the way to the goal line, but he's going to fall just short. Thankfully, the Chippewas are able to show some cojones as Jason Manning gets the carry on the 4th and short, and it ends in a Central Michigan touchdown. So the Chippewas are definitely still in this game for sure, as Central Michigan looks to go to work, firing over the middle, and it's going to be caught by Eric Matthews, but they're not going to give the touchdown there. Little short there on the throw, so it's going to be a 1st and goal instead, where Jason Manning will handle the rest. That's his 2nd touchdown of the night, and now they have a lead against this Wisconsin team. Definitely gonna feel, those neutral fans, I should say. I don't know why we're struggling to get that out, but those neutral fans that just came to enjoy this matchup, I'm sure we're gonna pull for that home underdog, because trust me, they are definitely coming in as underdogs in this particular game, even though Central Michigan has a similar ranking to Wisconsin, and it's at home too. So Wisconsin down by 4 though, and with about 4 minutes left in this 3rd quarter, Jeff Hollis is going to get the carry and punch it into the end zone. It's another touchdown for the Badgers. And now we see Wisconsin with the lead, but Central Michigan has a chance to change that up here in a matter of a couple of plays potentially. 1st and goal for Central Michigan inside the 10-yard line. They're going to try to drop back the pass initially. Doesn't like what he sees upfield. Is going to try to run for additional yardage, but puts the ball on the ground, and it's recovered by Wisconsin inside the 5-yard line. They were oh so close, and yet oh so far at the same time. And while Wisconsin couldn't do anything and Central Michigan comes out with a field goal, this last score is going to ultimately be the difference. Patrick Scott's touchdown lifts Wisconsin ahead of Central Michigan, and a heartbreaking loss for the Chippewas in this one. Meanwhile, we have a more traditional rivalry game matchup between number 23 Alabama and number 18 LSU. Now, these two teams, particularly Alabama in particular, Alabama has been down the last couple of seasons, but if they can beat LSU here, maybe that could turn around and we could see the glory of the old Alabama type days, you know what I'm saying? But Alabama will, at the very least, take this lead here late in the 2nd quarter. And it's definitely not as exciting. Not as exciting as what we saw in that previous matchup that we saw between Wisconsin and Central Michigan. This is not for those that prefer to see some offense in this series. If you're more of a defensive nut, if you're more of an Iowa football fan, this game is probably for you a little bit more, right? Because LSU hasn't even scored a touchdown yet. It's been all the kicker, and yet they're still only down by 1 point. They're still in this game, and they even have a chance to take the lead in this game as well, as they're going to try to use the running back who breaks off 1 tackle, gets a 2nd off of him, and Derek Fry with some mean running finds the end zone. Touchdown LSU. So the Tigers will take the lead against the University of Alabama. But we'll see if they can hold on to that lead as it's intercepted. It's picked off. And we almost saw that man off to the races. Oh, Dave Lloyd telegraphed that throw. You cannot be late throwing those out route patterns, because if you are, then you're just going to be in for a bad time. Thankfully, Alabama couldn't take full advantage of it. They had to settle for a field goal. And that means we find ourselves here in this 4th quarter, down by 10 is this Alabama team. And they're trying to get that ground game going with Rodney Newton, but they might be a little bit too stubborn when it comes to getting that ground game going, because dude has less than 100 yards, even with 26 carries. Maybe give it to this Derrick Henry II over here. Big fella that plays wide receiver. That's the guy that I want to see have the ball a little bit more often. But even then, Alabama's still down by a field goal, but there's a fumble, and it's recovered by the Crimson Tide. So Alabama had a chance to win it, but unfortunately their last drive stalls, and LSU is going to just barely survive. So some studio updates coming through, and how about this for some big-time news? Northern Illinois gets up to number 6 in the nation, but that is going to be a pitfall as Mid-Tennessee State is able to pull that stunner off. And then in other news, Oregon State, they will officially be bowl eligible in a tough Pac-12 conference, able to take down Nevada 35-21. It's the Beavers' 6th win of the year because of that. Now, before we do get into this last top 25 matchup of week number 11, we have a quick update happening up in Nashville. Georgia took on the Commodores, and the Commodores were simply no match, not scoring until the fourth quarter, so they will not be able to go to a bowl game this season. Good win for Georgia. But now we'll go ahead and check in on the Conference USA, as number 13 Army is slated to travel up to the Steel City to take on the number 10 ranked Pittsburgh Panthers, and also one of the fastest teams in America, which they were, oh, never mind. How about this defense about to take the words out of my mouth? Army getting an interception there in the red zone, and Chris Tyson steals at least a handful of points off of the scoreboard because of that. And that was just kind of the theme of this particular game, right? This was a very defensive-minded game. This was like your 2023 Iowa type games right here. And yet, even though Army is having a miserable day offensively, not even being close to finding the end zone, to be honest with you, the entire time, they have a chance to tie this game and possibly send it to overtime depending on what happens the rest of this quarter, as Eric Morris does tie it up for the Army Academy. And sure enough, they will end up going into overtime, and Army will actually start with the ball first in this initial overtime period, as Army is going to kick the field goal. And while we wait to see what happens to Pittsburgh, we do get a Bedlam game update. Both teams having down seasons, but Oklahoma's is going to be a little bit better because they have that Bedlam game victory, a close one being 31-24. But with that being said, Pittsburgh does have a chance to win this game once and for all, but taking a big sack in the backfield, that is not how you want to start your overtime drive. Almost moves that kicker out of field goal range completely. So not a great spot at all, but this throw here is going to make that third down so much more manageable. Plus, Kyle Williams is going to accrue the school record for most passing yards in a career. He could be the first Pittsburgh quarterback to have 12,000 passing yards as long as he doesn't get hurt, right? That's the big thing. But either way, establishing himself as one of the best quarterbacks in Pitt history, and on the verge of finishing this off once and for all for Pittsburgh as well. Can they get those last couple of yards? Fun in the end zone, they do. John Thompson is going to send the Army home as Pittsburgh is going to take down the Army Academy 16-13 in a rugged, defensive-minded battle in the Steel City. Alright, so we are now closing in on 3 weeks left in the regular season. The picture of who might be going to the college football playoff is becoming more clear. Let's start with what's going on in this top 25. Got Pittsburgh up a couple of spots. They got that win over Army before we came out here and finished the week off. But then we have a couple of other newcomers in the top 10. Minnesota jumps up after a nice win over San Jose State. Then Ohio State does the same after beating the Golden Flashes. As for outside of the top 10, we have a little bit more motion. Texas Longhorns, for example, is one such team. They move up 3 spots to number 11. NIU, they did suffer their first loss of the season, but they did lose to a mid-Tennessee State team, so it's not a dramatic drop by any means. Virginia Tech, they move up 3 spots to number 13 in the country as well, as does the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Meanwhile, going to the bottom part of this top 25, Oregon falls 6 spots down to number 15 in the country. That was their second loss of the season. LSU is up a couple of spots. Wisconsin up 3 spots after being able to take down Central Michigan, a surprisingly feisty team. Arizona State does the same. They're up 4. But then after that, we see multiple newcomers. Mid-Tennessee State might be the darlings of the MAC this year. They are now ranked for the first time in this series, getting to a respectable 8-1 record. You love to see that. And then rounding out your group, you have Georgia at 20. Army is still here at number 21, even though they are 5-4. Cal is back in, even though they lost 4 games as well, as is teams like the Duke Blue Devils at number 23. CMU, the Chippewas still hanging around, and the Florida Gators are finally ranked in this top 25 as well. So for the first time this season, we actually run across a week where there wasn't any top 25 matchups, but still some interesting games happening around the country. For example, Oregon State, man. Oregon State, the type of team that's always hanging around in conference play but rarely gets it done. They lose to Washington 31-28. The Huskies did dodge a bullet though. As for the Cincinnati Bearcats, they continue their slide in the second half of the season, now on a 4-game losing streak as they lose to Ohio State 44-16 at Nippert Stadium. As for the Army Black Knights, they're able to rebound after a pretty difficult loss against Pittsburgh. The Penn State Nittany Lions are no match for Army in this case, as Army does end up winning 34-17. We did also have a pretty close one on College Game Day, as Georgia was barely able to edge out Auburn 33-31. That Jordan Hare Magic Man almost struck here. Speaking of Magic being struck, how about Stanford almost doing the same thing to the #1 team in America? Matter of fact, USC, they had to basically score 20 unanswered points in the fourth quarter just to avoid this upset. Would have been a disaster for the Trojans. And then the last game of note that we have here is that Texas does beat Houston 49-20. Texas Longhorns looking like a sure lock to get into the Big 12 championship once again. So we find ourselves back here to see how things shape out with less than 3 weeks left to go in this regular season, and now we're starting to see a clear tier. We got 4 undefeated teams remaining, but many viable 1- and 2-loss teams out there for this college football playoff. Not to mention, we also have Virginia Tech that's continuing its steady climb, 11-0 now. They're number 11 in the country. They have just one more game and they could have a perfect regular season. Nebraska is also hanging around. They're number 12 in the country. LSU is up 3 spots. They're up to number 13 themselves. Wisconsin's going to finish the regular season pretty well at a respectable 9-3. But can they hold some of these other teams behind them, such as Navy that recently fell behind? Tough loss against James Madison, but they do have a couple of games to rectify themselves. Mid-Tennessee State is surging at number 16. Georgia is a pretty good team. Army is up 3 spots as well. Cal, they were on bye, but yet they got to move up a few spots because chaos did ensue. And then in this bottom part of the top 25, Duke's continuing to climb at number 20 in the country, followed by Florida, Oregon, Northern Illinois, who just lost their 2nd game in a row, by the way. And then we got a couple of newcomers in here. Boise State and Washington State able to get in as the number 25 team in America. That is because Arizona State and Central Michigan both lost their respective games this past week. Alright, so let's see how things start out here in week number 13. And it starts with LSU getting it rolling here yet again. This time taking down the Raging Cajuns 34-17, making their case to try and get into this top 10. However, we do have a couple of teams that do finish their regular season, including these 2 teams right here. Michigan took on Iowa, and the Wolverines win 34-17, which means Michigan will finish the regular season unblemished. Speaking of perfection, though, we certainly got it out of Virginia Tech here in season number 7, as Virginia Tech is also able to beat Clemson 31-21. Clemson is also not bowl eligible either. But then Florida did all of this work to get into the top 25, and they let it go to shambles. UCF stuns Florida 31-24, and UCF might actually have an outside chance of going to the SEC championship for the first time in this series. But as we get into the last couple of weeks of the regular season, Washington is getting ready to go at it against Oregon. Washington in one of those situations to where if they win this game against Oregon, and if Washington State also loses their game against Oregon State, then Washington will be going to the Pac-12 championship to take on the likely winner of UCLA and USC, happening in that last week of the regular season. But I'm sure Oregon's going to try to have a thing or two to say about that, but that's not how you want to go about it at all. This is the exact opposite of what you want to do. Oh, and the quarterback could bring him down, and he does. Saving the pick six, but Jimmy Burnett gives Washington phenomenal field position to work through, as the Huskies are going to go ahead and take the toss to the right-hand side, and they will score a touchdown right off of that. So a dominating first quarter for Washington, and they will keep it up for a full four-quarter effort. Scott Johnson finding the end zone for Washington, and after that, it was a free fall. The Washington Huskies dominating Oregon 42-17. We'll wait and see if Washington State can handle their business too. But before we get into that other top 25 games that we have some other scores to report across the country. Remember when we mentioned Washington State was going to be ranked? Yeah, that's not going to last very long at all, as they lose to Oregon State at home 42-28. Oregon State gets 16 unanswered in the fourth quarter. Actually 22 unanswered if you count the third quarter as well. So Wazoo is not going to be ranked anymore, safe to say. However, Cal will continue its steady climb up late in the season as they'll take down Stanford 28-10. The Stanford Cardinal are going to clinch a 10-loss season. They're going to need to figure some things out in the offseason. However, Nebraska is also going to lose to Missouri 24-17, so the Tigers are going to at least be bowl eligible and might possibly stop Nebraska from making both the American Championship game and the College Football Playoff too. However, the Georgia Bulldogs will not have that same issue as they beat Georgia Southern 34-13. As with this win, Georgia should see itself in the top 15 in the next poll. But the biggest surprise of them all is going to be Rice beating Texas 35-28. Now, what this means is that if Rice wins their season finale, that means Rice is going to go to the Big 12 championship, not Texas. Could be a big developing story here in the Big 12 conference. But before we worry about what UCLA has going on next week, they have an important non-conference matchup against Pittsburgh this week, and they got to go across the country to play this Pittsburgh team. A Pittsburgh team, might I remind you, that is currently ranked in the top 10 as well. Should be interesting to see how this all plays out, as Pittsburgh is looking to get the first points of the ball game on the board. Looking over to the left-hand side, and Curtis McCollum was able to turn the corner and pick up that first down for the Pittsburgh Panthers. That means that Pittsburgh will be getting right back into that famous no-huddle offense, one of the fastest in all of America, as we'll go ahead and see John Thompson find the end zone. Touchdown Pittsburgh, as they'll take an early 10-0 lead. Now, late in the first quarter, though, as UCLA is in a big hurry for points, Kobe Kenyachi trying to run forward, takes a big shot, but is going to be able to remain in the game, though. He is certainly a tough quarterback. Have to be tough for the amount of times that he scrambles and runs with the football, but so is Adam Black, who's able to stiff arm a defender on his way into the end zone. That's a touchdown for UCLA. So the Bruins are right back in this game here in the second quarter, but searching for their first lead of the day, as Kobayashi is going to dump this pass off to Alan McDaniel, who will get the Bruins inside the 5-yard line. Nice contribution on that first catch of the day. But as a couple of plays later, Kobayashi again going to fire over the middle, this time finding George Robinson for in the end zone. Touchdown UCLA, and the Bruins are gonna be able to take the lead from that particular touchdown grab, but Pittsburgh trying to take the lead back before going into halftime. It's been a very back and forth game between these two squads. Is now 1st and 10, dropping back. Scott's plenty of time, looks over to left-hand side, and it's a diving grab. Kyle Williams able to thread the needle there as he continues to build off that school record, surpassing the great Dan Marino, as he will have his 90th passing touchdown of his career. Arguably one of the best quarterbacks to ever put on a Pittsburgh jersey for sure, and one of the big reasons why Pittsburgh is where they currently are right now as a program. So last play of the half, though, they have a chance to add points onto the board, but the Hail Mary does end up getting intercepted. Not worry about it, though, as UCLA obviously can't do anything with it. But with that being said, Pittsburgh does carry the lead into halftime. And by the time the third quarter comes to an end, it does balloon back up to a 2-score game. So again, UCLA kind of having to claw back into the game slowly but surely. They already did it one time here tonight, but can they do it? Can they do exactly that a second time? Kenji Kobayashi is going to take the carry and get them about a handful of yards there, but will not be enough to move the sticks. So we're going to go for it here on 4th down, as not only did they find the first down marker, but almost the end zone too. Scott Gandy just couldn't reach that ball across the goal line. No harm, no foul, though, as a couple of plays later, the custom Isaiah Landry II finds the end zone for UCLA, and is back to being a 3-point game. Getting a critical stop does help out this UCLA squad as well, so a chance for UCLA to possibly win it on this particular drive. They do have all 3 of their timeouts that they can work through as well, as Kobayashi's going to drop back. Got some time. Tried to set up the screen, but it's not there. Improvising, and it succeeds. Touchdown, UCLA, and the Bruins now up by 4. But did they leave too much time on that clock, though? 43 seconds left here in the ball game. But Pittsburgh does have all of their timeouts as well. It comes down to this very play where Pittsburgh drives to about the 45. One of the last plays of the game. Up in the air, it's caught! Nick Houston catches it at the very last second. And Pittsburgh's going to be able to walk it off. 31-28. Being your final score. So how about that for a massive surprise in the top 10? Speaking of those top 10 teams, let's check in on Memphis real quick. They take on Arkansas State, and the Tigers escape with a narrow win. They do get to 11-0, but do they have what it takes to win the big one in the Sun Belt Championship happening in a couple of weeks? So here we go. The final week of the regular season is officially upon us. Here's what the current landscape of the college football world currently holds in our hands right now. We got 5 undefeated teams left: USC, Michigan, Maryland, and Memphis. Virginia Tech is there at number 9 as well. We also got Pitt rounding out the top 5 after that big time win against UCLA. So that rounds out your top 5. In the top 10, you see Virginia Tech. UCLA still in the top 10, but now need a win against USC in order to remain alive for a college football playoff berth going on here in rivalry week. Lots to go through. LSU's up a couple of spots. Wisconsin in that same boat with teams like Navy, Mid-Tennessee State, Georgia. Army moves up a couple of spots. California moves up 2 spots. And then we get into this bottom third of the top 25. Texas is still ranked for right now, but they no longer control their destiny to get into the college football playoff. They now need a little bit of help from Rice, as Texas is likely out of that at-large race. Rounding out your top 25, though, you got teams like Duke and Nebraska here running in your top 20. And then you got a few newcomers here. Colorado State is back. They're number 21 in the nation. Ball State, they get ranked for the first time at number 22. Ohio actually gets ranked. Imagine saying that after the 1-5 start they had to the season. And then you got Boise State and Ole Miss sneaking in there for that number 25 spot. So let's go ahead and get things started here with the final week of the regular season. It starts with a few notable games that start and finish early here in this week number 14 slate. Thursday night, for example, we had the traditional Egg Bowl between Mississippi State and the Ole Miss Rebels. And while it was an extremely competitive game, Ole Miss comes out on top 35-31, and it just might be enough to go to the Sun Belt Championship game. Meanwhile, the Georgia Bulldogs strengthen their position as they beat Georgia Tech 35-16. However, Georgia might need a little bit of help. They might need UAB to lose if they want to go to the SEC Championship as well. And of course, Texas finishes the regular season 10-2 after beating Baylor 41-13. Texas does need Rice to lose, though, if they want to go to the Big 12 championship. But since we do find ourselves in that last week of the regular season, we now jump into the highly anticipated Battle of LA between UCLA and USC. UCLA, of course, coming off of that heartbreaking loss suffered at the hands of the Pittsburgh Panthers, and now, while it's technically a neutral site game, because I think both of these teams use the same schedule in LA, right? Pretty sure they're in the exact same stadium. It's the number one team in the country that we are talking about. It is a USC friendly crowd, as it is. We're talking about the big brothers of the city of LA, right? So big game for UCLA, as the winner of this one does end up going to the Pac-12 title game. And so far, it is very evident that USC is more prepared for this matchup, as they quickly jump on UCLA, getting out to a 17-0 lead in this Battle of LA. And it just seems like it was the type of game where UCLA was always just like a step behind what USC was trying to do. And because of that, USC was able to take the lead early and then build upon that lead the entire afternoon, as USC would take a 27-7 lead. So it wasn't all bad. UCLA does find the latest score at the very least, but USC is knocking on that door once again, as we have a goal line situation on our hands here, getting ready to run it here on a goal line situation, as Andrew Wilson also happens to find the end zone for USC, and the Trojans quickly overwhelm UCLA, and that means USC will be going to the Pac-12 title game. Meanwhile, we have an important Union divisional battle within the Conference USA also getting ready to unfold. Number 13, Navy, making the field trip down south, I want to say. Actually, now I think about it, Navy and Maryland, they share the same state. So we're talking about state pride just absolutely being on the line here between these two programs. Now, Navy, we've seen on that bigger stage so much more often than Maryland, but Maryland's having one of their best seasons in school history right now, getting to that 11-0 mark. They would absolutely love it if they can come out here, find a way to beat Navy, and finish the regular season 12-0, and well as have a trip punch for the Conference USA Championship. But this Navy team is certainly a tough one. But Maryland, they continue to show that this is not a team that is going to lie down very quietly. Isaac Thompson, I mean, you got to talk about a guy that has to be in the running for Coach of the Year. Isaac Thompson, who is the head coach of Maryland, one of your guys' custom coaches, by the way, he absolutely needs to be in this discussion, because Maryland was honestly not really expected to do anything this year, and yet here we are. Maryland's going to take the lead, by the way, with Jackson Durant out in the corner. We could be talking about a team that is one half away from going to the Conference USA Championship game, and with another touchdown thrown to Jackson Durant right there, they might very well make this happen here, ladies and gentlemen. So Navy, they're still only down by one, but 5 minutes is going to feel like a lot. I mean, a lot of time. Definitely plenty of football still to be played here for sure. As now, 3rd and 7, looking around, going to throw over the middle, and they just barely get the first down. So a goal line situation coming in. Maryland trying to stand tall and create that goal line stand, but nobody accounts for the tailback in the speed option. And Brandon Green will find the end zone. Touchdown, Navy. So the midshipmen will also go for the 2-point conversion as well. This would put Navy up by 7. And bro was just wide butt naked open. But before we get into the final drive for Maryland, we do get some studio updates around the country. First and foremost, Arkansas, they do get to play spoiler, taking down LSU 23-20. LSU was not going to go to Sun Belt Championship anyways, but because of this loss, LSU out of that playoff picture. Meanwhile, the Iron Bowl between Auburn and Alabama, we also see Auburn play spoiler as well, beating Bama 20-17. But now let's go ahead and jump into this final drive of the game here between Maryland and Navy, as Maryland's going to get things started with a nice little quarterback scramble in order to make the third down much more manageable. Not a third and long situation by any means, but 3rd and 6 is not fun to be in, as they're actually looking to go deep here, trying to show the cojones. Ball is up in the air, and it's caught by Jackson Durant, who breaks a couple of tackles, breaks the 3rd one, and Jackson Durant ties the game for the Maryland Terrapins. All knotted up at 31 apiece. So here we go now, overtime coming on your way, and Navy starts with the football. Got a man wide butt naked open there, as Michael Walden able to strut down the sideline for that one. So Maryland has to score a touchdown in order to move on to a second overtime. And sure enough, their first play of overtime is also going to result in a 25-yard touchdown. This one to Joel Williams. So we will have a second overtime after all. However, in that double overtime with Maryland starting with the ball, they couldn't really move the ball in that particular possession, so they did have to settle for a field goal there. So if they want to have any chance at a third overtime, they got to hold Navy out of the end zone. Can they do it? Read option on the way, and an untouched quarterback gets into the end zone. Ron Mitchell is going to send Navy over Maryland. And just a tough way to go out at the end of the day. Navy will go on and play Pittsburgh in the Conference USA Championship. And in addition, we'll also have more studio updates before we check out those conference championship games. But Memphis is going to be licking its wounds a little bit as Louisiana Tech stuns Memphis 38-35, led by the custom Brandon Jager. He goes off in that particular matchup. Plus, Cal is going to fall outside the top 20 for sure after their loss to Nevada. Plus a couple of other games coming in, such as a Fresno State and Hawaii, Egg Bowl action, which results in an Ole Miss win. And of course, we also have news that Rice beats Houston 24-20, which means Rice will be going to the Big 12 championship game. Believe they might be playing Texas Tech over on the other side, but I'll have to double check and make sure of that. And of course, Penn State at least gets off their season on a high note. They beat Buffalo 14-3. Penn State had a really difficult year, and so did Florida State. Florida State had a down year as well, but they finished it on a high note, at least this regular season, beating their rivals 38-31 in the season finale. So a couple of very entertaining games playing out for us, as we do end up seeing some pretty notable box scores here. The Apple Cup this year is going to return back to Seattle as Washington Huskies beat Washington State 49-28. We will see Washington play in the Pac-12 championship against USC. Duke is also going to wrap up its regular season with a 35-13 victory over North Carolina. The Blue Devils hit 10 wins, and they will meet Virginia Tech in the ACC championship game happening in Blacksburg. As for the Battle of the Golden Boot, we have a big-time upset happening. Arkansas takes down LSU 23-20. And this win for Arkansas, while it doesn't affect their season in any kind of way, it does stop LSU from likely going into the playoff at all, either as an at-large or probably as one of those teams that get in as a conference champion as well. So we finally made it to this particular point in the season. We have officially made it to conference championship weekend, so let's take a quick look to see who are going to be those teams that are going to be playing for those automatic bids to make it into the college football playoff. We'll go ahead and get things started here. The ACC championship. Duke is going to win on their side, but they got to go to Blacksburg to take on Virginia Tech. Should be an interesting top 20 matchup that we have in our hands. We also have the classic the game type of matchup. Ohio State taking on Michigan. Ohio State comes in ranked number 17, and they must beat Michigan to get to the playoff, as they have no chance to get in as an at-large. Now, with that being said, Mid-Tennessee State has been surging this season, having an impressive 11-1 record, and they will host the MAC championship game. They'll take on Northern Illinois, who has lost 3 of their last 4, but still found a way to be here in this MAC championship opportunity. As for the Rice Owls, not only did they find a way to beat Texas, they find a way to make it to that Big 12 championship game. So if they finally get over that hump against Texas, they will take on Texas Tech for that Big 12 crown. Meanwhile, in the Sun Belt, Ole Miss has surged in the second half of the season, and they have surged to number 23 in the nation, but they have to travel to the Liberty Bowl Stadium to take on the Memphis Tigers, who are going to be hungry after suffering their first loss of the season. As for Conference USA, a top 10 matchup awaits. Pittsburgh taking on Navy, as the Navy Academy was able to beat Maryland in that exciting double overtime matchup. We should have another good game on our hands here. For the SEC Championship, not a lot to report here, as UCF's going to take on UAB for that SEC Championship crown. Should be an interesting one. For the American, we got number 9 Wisconsin taking on number 6 Minnesota. A top 10 matchup waiting for us here, even though Minnesota's been flying a little bit under the radar here in the second half of the season. For the Mountain West, it's going to be Arizona State taking on Colorado State, as the Rams will seek to go for their second consecutive playoff appearance. They made it last year as the 9 seed. Can they handle business in the Mountain West once again? And then the last conference championship game that you'll see on here is a top 5 matchup. Both teams will likely be participating in the playoff this year. Number 4 Washington going to be making a trip out to sunny Los Angeles to take on the number 1 team in the land, the USC Trojans. USC looking to finish up an undefeated regular season to find yourselves here in the college football playoff in year number 7. But with that being said, let's go ahead and jump right into the conference championship action. So let's go ahead and get conference championship weekend officially underway. And we'll get things started here in the Sun Belt. Memphis getting the host, even though they had that heartbreaking loss to Louisiana Tech to end the regular season. They'll take on the number 23 ranked Ole Miss Rebels, and the winner will get the first automatic bid into the college football playoff. And it looks like Memphis is going to start by putting the first points on the board, as Chris Cabriel is going to find the scoreboard first. And Memphis will hold on to that lead for much of the first half. A 10-3 lead as we get into the closing moments of this first half of action. But a low-scoring affair, as we haven't seen any touchdowns since then, but maybe Memphis can change that, as that was a nice throw over to right-hand side again to Chris Cabriel, who has been dicing up his Ole Miss secondary here in this first half. We'll see if they go to him yet again, as that's a wide but naked open man in down by the goal line. Can it lead to a Memphis touchdown though? And the answer is yes. Jacob Dawson gets hit from behind though. That should have been a late hit penalty, but they're not going to call it. You already know this in the NCAA games. But even with that strong first half, Ole Miss was able to claw back in, and they were able to force overtime. And Memphis only got a field goal in that first overtime, so Ole Miss can steal this game, and they do. Ole Miss is going to score in the end zone. Touchdown Rebels. And Neil West, who just runs a simple go pattern, is going to send Ole Miss to the college football playoff. So let's see if we have more dramatic excitement throughout the NCSL, as we now shift things out to Annapolis, Maryland, where number 8 Navy is going to take on the number 3 ranked Pittsburgh Panthers. Could be a possibility where we see 2, maybe even 3 teams make it from the Conference USA. It's been a very high-end conference this season, in a very high level for sure, but one of those spots is going to be earned automatically here in this matchup. It looks like Navy is certainly ready to take the crown, already up 10-3, and we're going to see Mike Allen just simply walk it to the end zone, courtesy of a Ron Mitch throwing touchdown. And Mike Allen, with that particular touchdown, is going to set the school record for most receiving yards in a season. Over 1,250 yards this man has, the most in Navy history. That transition away from that traditional triple option over to a more modern passing attack has done worlds of great stuff for Navy. It's been a huge impact on Navy in terms of their rise in the college football world, and those types of moments is why Navy is once again, for the third year in a row, mind you, is gonna be your Conference USA champions. It's always hard to make it to a conference championship one time and win it, but when you could do it 3 times in a row, that's a big moment for this program for sure. We'll continue our action around the country with the American Championship game. We get a rematch from the regular season. Wisconsin is going to take on Minnesota. I believe Wisconsin won the regular season matchup earlier this season, but we will end up seeing this rematch play out. Winner, of course, winning that American Conference title, as Comrade Powell's going to drop back the pass, looks over to the left-hand side, dumps it off to the running back, and Jeff Hollis does the rest of the work there, forcing his way into the end zone. And so Wisconsin will draw opening blood, but they'll also get that second blood as well, as Conrad Powell looks over the middle yet again, this time finding Charles Morgan in the end zone. That's a touchdown for the Badgers there as well. So that makes it 14-0 here early, as Minnesota just tries to keep itself in the game in front of this Twin City crowd, as Derek Lee finally gives Minnesota a red zone opportunity. As now, midway through the second quarter, Hill's going to call his own numbers, just run the quarterback draw, and Hill plow his way forward for a gain of 5. He's starting to warm himself up. A dynamic threat that's been held in check on the ground, but it will not be locked down forever though, as Derek Lee finally finds the end zone for the Minnesota Gophers, as they'll pull within one possession of this Wisconsin squad. Jumping into the second half though, as we still have the same score, 14-7, and what a dot in the corner of the end zone. Touchdown Gophers. It allows Minnesota to tie, but then Wisconsin, they would win the rest of the third quarter. So we jump into this final frame, seeing Minnesota down by 10. Can they make the comeback happen and find their way into the playoff? This run could certainly help them out, as Jeremy Green does get them down by the goal line. And let's see who wants it more. First and goal, gonna run it with the custom Ray Jackson, who finds the end zone. Touchdown Gophers. And Minnesota only down by a field goal, but you gotta get some stops as well. And this Wisconsin offense, while not the most explosive by any means, they know how to make those critical plays. Less than 6 minutes to play. It's going to be a nice little handoff up the middle, as Jeff Hollis is able to find some running room to pick up the first down on the ground. So that will lead to a goal line situation, where a couple of plays later, Comrade Powell is going to look over to the left-hand side and finds Adam Smith for the touchdown. That is Comrade Powell's third passing touch, and that's also Adam Smith's 28th career receiving touchdown, the most of any Wisconsin receiver, and that particular touchdown was enough to put it away. So Wisconsin was able to go on the road and take down Minnesota. So the Wisconsin Badgers, because of that, they will be able to go back to the college football playoff for the first time in a few years. Actually, it's been at least 4 to 5 years. But speaking of those conference championships, we now sync over to the ACC. Now, the ACC has not gotten the same level of respect. With Virginia Tech, however, has been an exception to that. They are undefeated going into this matchup against Duke. And if Virginia Tech can win, they could have an outside chance of getting one of those 2 byes going into the end of the regular season. But I'm sure Duke is going to have something to say about that, as Duke is seeking its very first college football playoff appearance. But they're going to have to find a way to stop Chad Quinn, one of the most dynamic running backs in the ACC, who runs over to the left-hand side, breaks a tackle, and finds the end zone. Touchdown, Hokies! And Virginia Tech is going to take a commanding lead early here in Blacksburg, as Virginia Tech is up 21-10. However, Joseph Pierre has a lot of fight in his offense, as Pierre is going to keep it himself, nearly runs it into the end zone, gets walloped at the 1-yard line, but makes it a very manageable situation for the Duke Blue Devils, as they'll hand it off to Vince Cooper, as Cooper finds the end zone. Touchdown, Blue Devils. One of the top players on this Duke squad showing up and showing out for sure. And they'll even have a chance to tie before going into the half. Up by 7, this is Virginia Tech squad, but Duke has the football, and they're trying to put together a drive. 2 timeouts to work through, now down to 1. As a 2nd and 3 coming up, Pierre has got some time in the pocket, throws down the left-hand side, has a man open, and it's caught! Martin Ross is going to tie the game for the Duke Blue Devils. Touchdown, Joseph Pierre. And it will fuel Duke to go with 14 unanswered. That even goes into the second half as well. So Duke has the lead, and they might just be a 1.5 away from going to the playoff for the very first time. As now, got a goal line situation coming up for Virginia Tech. Big moment, they need to answer the call. Can Chad Quinn do precisely that as he gets to the outside, breaks a tackle, and they answer? Touchdown, Virginia Tech, and it's a tie ball game. 31-all. Who has the most punches in the gas tank? Who wants it more? As Duke looks to answer back the touchdown scored by Virginia Tech. And it's another red zone opportunity for the Duke Blue Devils. Pierre in the shotgun. It's a 5-wide set. All day to throw. Finds a man open and finds Ali Berry for the touchdown, as Joseph Pierre has been nothing short of being just brilliant. 4 passing touchdowns here in the ACC championship game. And now we go to this 4th quarter. Whoever wins this quarter is going to go to the playoff. Cooper is going to take the handoff, takes it up to the right-hand side, and it's actually Isaac Gates that gets the carry. A good one at that. That picks up 7. Now we'll see if Van Cooper comes to the game. No, it's a play fake as Pierre throws behind the secondary. Stephon Lewis finds the end zone, and Duke is going to take the lead. Virginia Tech cannot answer, though. So if Duke can score another touchdown or even just come away with points on this drive, it's going to be barbecue chicken. And sure enough, yes it is! Van Cooper is going to score! Touchdown, Blue Devils! And for the very first time in this series, we will see the Duke Blue Devils compete in the college football playoff as your champions of the ACC. And what a stunning upset that we just watched unfold right before our eyes. A 52-45 victory does your final score. But wait, there is simply more. Only known as the game. That's all I gotta say. The game coming up next. A Big Ten berth also on the line. And we got 2 very competitive football teams ready to go at it. Michigan coming in relatively untested. They only played in 1 top 25 game before this, but they seem like they came ready to play, though, as Brian Wilson is going to connect with Jed Anderson. His 2nd passing toss of the day already. But Blaylock Thomas also coming with some juice as well. He'll find Lawrence Rivers for the touchdown as well. And we might be in for a generational battle between Blaylock Thomas and Jed Anderson. Could be one matchup that could feed families. this is going to be electric. As both teams here in this first half, they are going back and forth like a heavyweight boxing match. Michigan will score to take the lead, but here comes Blaine Thomas throwing over the middle, finds a receiver, and that will be a good gain. One that'll put the Ohio State Buckeyes at just about midfield. 2 minutes left in the first half, though, as Thomas drops back. It's going to run up the middle, but the ball is fumbled. It is going to be recovered by Michigan, as Michigan will hold out and prevent Ohio State from tying things up. And that's important because really the game starts to slow down a little bit. We saw a little bit of a shootout in the first half, but we saw some adjustments made, and both defenses are playing at a higher level overall. But Ohio State late in the third quarter is knocking right on that doorstep. So here we are with a second and goal situation. This is the tie the ball game, and sure enough, Perry Houston is going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio State, and it's going to tie things up here at 21-all. And that will be your score going into the final quarter of action. Anderson looking to find that spark again. It's going to dump it off and find Brian Wilson for a reasonable gain. A gain of 5 yards there on that particular play. Makes his next third down oh so critical and oh so manageable as well, as Tim Rivero punches it into the end zone by himself. Touchdown Wolverines, as they'll retake the lead here in the Big Ten Championship. But can they hold on? Thomas has other plans, as that's a touchdown for Chen London. Tie ball game. But they left too much time on the clock because Michigan had one more possession. The kick is up and it's good! Michigan is gonna beat Ohio State here in the big house. And the Wolverines are going to end Ohio State's chances to go to the college football playoff. Michigan, on the other hand, they are probably looking at the very least, a 2 seed, which would be good enough to automatically get into the quarterfinals of this college football playoff. But that number 1 seed is still in play. Washington and USC, they're ready to both go at it here. Then these two teams did meet up. USC did win this game convincingly, so that is why USC gets to host this Pac-12 title game. But it seems like from the get-go, we might realize that what we saw in the regular season is likely not also going to happen here in this Pac-12 title game, because this Washington team, they have been playing much better football since they've taken that loss against USC in the regular season. So now we might actually have a game on our hands, because USC, here we are late in the first half, they're down by 4, and James Reed is going to have to create a little bit of magic if he wants to give USC the lead going into halftime. A couple of plays later, USC is inside the 35-yard line, facing a tough blitz, but still is able to deliver a good ball to Jason Watts, and able to get out of bounds as well, saves the timeouts. Those timeouts can be oh so critical in these 2-minute situations, as USC is going to run it in with their tailback, Andrew Wilson, for the touchdown. Or at least that's what we thought initially, but they reviewed this and they actually reversed the call. So ball is spotted at the 1-yard line, and well, it doesn't end up mattering because we do end up seeing USC find the end zone on the very next play anyways. So the 7 points still get counted onto the board, but it just took a little bit longer to do it. But it just goes to show how competitive this game was, because no one was really in the lead for more than a possession this entire game. Even in the last couple of minutes, Washington only down by a field goal. They have a chance to take the lead here, and they will with Scott Johnson, who finds the end zone. Touchdown, Washington! And the Huskies have a 4-point lead. They just got to get a stop on defense. Can they keep USC out of the end zone? Oh my! Oh my! Down goes the number 1 team in America in USC. And John Perry is going to send the Washington Huskies to the college football playoff. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe what I have just saw. The number one team in America is going down. Now, before we go and see what this playoff bracket is going to break down for, here is some other conference championship games that we didn't have an opportunity to get eyes on. Northern Illinois, for example, they pulled the upset off against Mid-Tennessee State 51-28. And that is good enough for the Huskies to not only move into the top 25, but also make it to the college football playoff for the second straight season, doing so as a conference champion. As for the Rice Owls, they will be going to the college football playoff for the very first time as they beat Texas Tech 28-14. Rice wins their 10th game of the season, and they will represent the Big 12 Conference. Meanwhile, in the SEC, UCF is able to beat UAB 20-13. It was a little bit of a low-scoring game, but the Knights of UCF will go to the college football playoff as the SEC representative for the first time in this series. And finally, Arizona State was able to pull the upset off against Colorado State 59-42. It kicks the Colorado State Rams out of the top 25 completely. And in addition, Arizona State is going to the college football playoff for the second time in the last 3 seasons. An underrated program down there in the state of Arizona. So over the course of this season, we were able to narrow over 120 teams down to just 14 that'll get the chance to compete for a national championship. And Michigan was the biggest beneficiary of Washington beating USC, as they do get that number 1 overall seed. But this is really the year of newcomers, to be honest with you. Pittsburgh, I believe, is making their first appearance. Duke is in for the very first time. So are teams like Maryland, Rice, and UCF also being able to get in courtesy of either winning their conferences, or in the case of Maryland, having that dominant regular season and only having 1 loss to the Naval Academy. As for the other matchups that we have in play, Wisconsin will play Northern Illinois. USC, your runners-up in the Pac-12, will take on the Mountain West champions in Arizona State. Minnesota, who got in as an at-large as well, they lost in an American Championship game. They'll take on the Sun Belt champions in Ole Miss. And of course, Navy will take on UCF. So we should be in for a very good playoff. Not much experience here in these college football playoff. It'll be real interesting to see if Michigan can repeat as your national champions when the dust finally does settle. However, before we do get into that college football playoff, we still have some bowl games that we have going on as well. Even though this might not be the top destination for every team, it's still a pleasure to be invited to a bowl game. So for now, let's go ahead and check out what those notable bowl games do end up looking like. Now, with that said, we've always have our fair share of teams that, even though they don't get into the playoff, they do have the unfortunate consequence of, being one of those last few teams out. And so we'll go ahead and check that out now. So Pittsburgh was the last at-large team to get in, and they were left out by Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech, last team out, 12-1 record. However, big reason why Virginia Tech was held out was because Virginia Tech, they didn't play anybody this year. There was nobody in the top 25 that Virginia Tech played, and then they finally played a good team in Duke, and Duke was able to beat them. So that's why Duke's in the ACC representative and not Virginia Tech. And so that strength of schedule gives the edge to Pitt over the Hokies. Now, there were some other teams that did end up getting left out. Georgia was another one of those teams. Georgia had a good season, but at 10-2, just was not enough to get over the hump. Army also was very close. Army actually had a pretty somewhat difficult schedule. They played 4 top 25 games, but 8-4 just was not enough. UCLA had the toughest schedule in the country. They went ahead and played 6 top 25 games. But UCLA's 3 losses and then losing your last 2, means that the team was kind of limping into the postseason. So unfortunately, UCLA is also out. And then Texas is the same way. The Texas Longhorns end up with a good season, 10-2, but Texas only had one top 25 opponent all season long, and that was Rice, and they end up losing to Rice on the road. So again, Texas didn't have the best strength of schedule, and unfortunately, so the Longhorns are going to be out of the college football playoff for the first time in a few seasons. So we will go ahead and get bowl season started with the Memphis Tigers taking on the Army Black Knights, and they are both going to make that cross-country trip out for the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, and it should be a good one here. A top 15 matchup between these two squads right here, as Army is going to have the first crack at the football to start this game, and Army is just going to go with that old-fashioned ground and pound here with the inclement weather here in Boise, Idaho. And Memphis just not quite ready to deal with the physicality of the Army offense, as they'll steadily burrow themselves down the field. As it's goal line situation, they'll run the ball one more time, as we get another good run here by Eric Morris. Picks up a gain of 7, makes it a 3rd and goal inside the 1. Memphis running out of space there in the red zone, where eventually the damn burst. Carlos Scott is going to find the end zone, and it's going to be an early touchdown for the Army Black Knights. Now, Army would use that momentum to have a overall dominant first half. They will jump out to a 17-0 lead, but not all is bad for the Memphis Tigers, as Jacob Donaldson almost gets them into the end zone on that particular play. As now, 2nd and inches here, Memphis quickly getting to the line. Donaldson looking around, is going to find Joe Williams in the end zone. That'll allow Memphis to finally get on the scoreboard, but physicality was the biggest priority in this type of bowl game, with the snow really coming down here in Boise, Idaho. And Army was just simply the more physical team in this matchup. Army is going to score one more time with Chris Kring, who gets scissored into the end zone there, but 6 points is still 6 points, and Army is going to win your famous Idaho Potato Bowl against Memphis. Meanwhile, we'll have Ohio State get ready to go at it against the Nebraska Cornhuskers down in the Bayou, as they get ready to gear up for the New Orleans bowl game matchup, sponsored by RL Carriers at the time. Bayou Thomas is going to throw over to the left-hand side. A nice check down to the receiver, Amir Green, who will set up a goal line situation for the Ohio State Buckeyes. As now, a couple of plays later, they're going to try to set up. No, it's not a play action. It's instead going to be a quick throw to David Johnson, and he almost finds the end zone there. But instead, it's going to be 3rd and goal. Just need that one more yard to get those first points of the game. And TJ Hutchinson is going to deliver. Touchdown, Ohio State, and the Buckeyes will quickly sprint out to a 14-0 lead. Later on in the first half, Ohio State gets another red zone opportunity as the Buckeyes look to extend this lead by an additional possession. 2nd and 5 coming up, though, as Blywood Thomas is going to throw over the middle and find TJ Hutchinson once again, who does hurt himself on the play. He does get shaken up. So that means there will be a new running back in the backfield that they're going to hand the ball off to right away, as Will Whitaker takes advantage of the additional playing time and finds the end zone for this Ohio State squad. It ends up being a dominating affair after all for Ohio State, now up 24-0 here late in that 3rd quarter of action, as Ohio State looks for more points to put up on the scoreboard, looking for that 30-burger, as sure enough, they're going to run the toss over to the left-hand side, as Will Whitaker has the speed to take that outside leverage. And Ohio State is going to win that New Orleans Bowl with relative ease. This now takes us out to the Alamo Bowl in South San Antonio, Texas. Home of big women everywhere, as number 14 Texas is going to take on number 13 UCLA. So this is essentially a home game for the Texas Longhorns, but UCLA handling this surprisingly hostile crowd pretty well. UCLA started with the football. They did drive into the red zone already, as Kenji Kobayashi nearly finding the end zone on the ground for the UCLA Bruins. However, he's going to be marked just shy, but goal line opportunity here for UCLA, though, as very next play, the custom Isaiah Landry II is going to find the end zone yet again. Touchdown, Bruins! And they will quickly have a 7-0 lead. Later on in the first quarter, they'll go back to Isaiah Landry II, who's looking to go to work as he bounces that run out to the outside and sets up another goal line opportunity for UCLA. He'll get another chance down on the goal line, as that is already 2 touchdowns for the junior custom at the running back position. IL2 just putting in some real good work here thus far this season. Always towards the tail end. And now UCLA has an even bigger lead before Texas does end up responding later on in the game. But with that being said, UCLA, they get another red zone opportunity. Can they go free for free and call themselves a hat trick? And they do. James Martin finds the end zone. Touchdown, UCLA. And they are taking it right to the Texas Longhorns, who were a heavy favorite to win the Big 12, but it seems like Texas not really all that motivated to be here potentially. Is it one of those games where, we just see a team that's more motivated to be here, as Texas did have a little bit bigger expectations on their shoulders versus what UCLA had to deal with, knowing that USC is right down the street and they do have one of the premier teams in college football. But that being said, it doesn't excuse the fact that UCLA is absolutely handing it to Texas right now. A blowout possibly ensuing right before our eyes. But then it does seem like in that second half, Texas does start to wake up a little bit as Jason Jackson starts the second half off with finding the end zone for the first time today for the Texas Longhorns. But then they'll also go for the 2-point conversion. That also ends up being successful. So Texas is trying to make a little bit of a run here, as they'll again throw over the middle, looking for the aforementioned Jason Jackson, who's been having an excellent second half so far. We'll see if they give the ball to him yet again, and they do. He finds the end zone, and all of a sudden just a 2-point conversion away from making this just a 1-score game, and yet they choose not to go down that route. I'm very surprised that they didn't try to go for the 2-point conversion there yet again. It ends up settling for an extra point. So it's a 9-point game here, as UCLA will answer back with a touchdown of their own from George Rhodes, who happens to also be in the backfield as well. UCLA, however, after the touchdown, they will go for the 2-point conversion, and they're successful. So IL2 makes it a 17-point game, as that will be more than enough to keep Texas at bay, as UCLA is going to be your winners of the Alamo Bowl. Now, one of the last notable bowl games I wanted to jump into was number 11 Georgia taking on number 9 Virginia Tech, as this was called the Cheez-Its Bowl. I believe it's been since converted to the famous Pop-Tarts Bowl, hoping that Pop-Tarts Bowl mascot can go crazy when we do see EA College Football here in the next month or so. But that being said, though, still got a tie ball game here. No one has scored yet halfway through the first quarter, but Georgia, after they had that red zone interception on the previous possession, they're looking to change that, as Georgia is looking to put together a little bit of a drive here, looking towards the end zone, and finds Greg Irons with ease. Touchdown for the Bulldogs, as that will make it a 7-0 lead. Later on in the first quarter, though, as their quarterback is ready to take it himself on the read option, and John Watson was able to fool some Virginia Tech defenders, as he's not the most athletic guy. So when he takes the ball on those read options, it's a little bit of a surprise, and it'll eventually lead to another touchdown for Georgia, as John Watson gets his second scoring toss. And it seemed like it was going to be one of those games where Georgia was going to simply run away with it, but gotta give a lot of credit to this Virginia Tech football team, as they were able to claw back and make this a game for a brief moment. But then in that fourth quarter, Georgia just went ahead and ran away with it. And after that final touchdown, it was barbecue chicken. After that, Georgia is going to win your Pop-Tarts Bowl 44-27. But there is certainly a few other bowl games that I wanted to take the time to point out here that also include top 25 teams. Washington State, for example, they played Boise State in the Las Vegas Bowl, and the Cougars came out firing. They end up winning 41-12, end up with a pretty nice season as they end up finishing 7-6. Their best record in 3 years. The Ohio Bobcats were also able to beat Charlotte in the Duke's Mayo Bowl 34-28, and so after Ohio starts 1-5, they're going to finish the season on a 7-game winning streak. Imagine that. As for the LSU Tigers, they were runners-up in the Sun Belt Bayou Division behind Memphis. They took on San Jose State in the Lending Tree Bowl, and LSU won 45-24. San Jose State, after starting the year 6-0, ends up finishing 7-6. As for the Purdue Boilermakers, they were also able to pull the upset off against Mid-Tennessee State 42-35 in what was an exciting game in the Big Quick Lane Bowl. Purdue is going to also finish the season above 500. And then finally for the Wild Quest Bowl, we saw a very good season and coming to an end for both teams. UAB beats Ball State 20-10, so the SEC runners-up do at least get to finish their season on a high note. But let's go ahead now and jump into this college football playoff. And our first college football playoff matchup has Rice, who represents for the Big 12 Conference this year, taking on Maryland, who was one of the runners-up in the Conference USA. One of 3 teams from the Conference USA that was actually able to make it to this college football playoff this year. And surely enough, we got ourselves a good game on our hands. 2 teams that have both never been to the playoff before, so they don't have that experience to really draw from. And yet we find ourselves here with an extremely competitive game on our hands. 3 minutes left to play. Here is Maryland seeking a way to tie things up as their quarterback's going to throw a nice little ball over the middle of the field to Justin Roach, as that will lead the Terrapins into a goal line situation where a couple of plays later, their running back Mike Williams is going to find the end zone for the touchdown. And we will have ourselves a tie ball game on our hands. 14-all is going to be your score here as Rice tries to drive down the length of the field. It's going to dump it off to the tight end, Craig Fernando getting his first catch of the evening in this snowy day in Maryland as the Rice Owls continue to try and execute this 2-minute drill to perfection, doing a great job finding a way to get out of bounds or, getting those first downs so that the clock can stop. Tackling in particular, really an issue here for the Maryland Terrapins, right? Really significant of an issue. As closing moments of this first half, going to throw again over the middle, is going to find Alvin Manning for a 14-yard scamper. We're on the very next play. Rice is going to drop back. Maryland sends the blitz, and Rice is going to find the end zone. Touchdown, Darren Richardson, who gives the Rice Owls a 21-14 lead into halftime. But now the second half is here for this Maryland and Rice matchup, as Maryland gets the ball to start the second half, so they seek to tie things up. As now, 2nd and 4 coming up here. We're going to run it yet again, this time on the speed option. Their quarterback, Brandon Thompson, is going to surge forward, and he'll pick up the first down for this Terrapin squad. But then a couple of plays later, he's going to look to his running back, Mike Williams, getting some tough yards there. Gets him down to about that 1-yard line. But still, looking at a 3rd and goal. Both teams packing the goal line. Who wants to run it more? As well as Kelly is going to find the end zone again. Touchdown, Maryland! So just like that, we are going to have a tied ball game on our hands, as 21-all is going to be your score. But 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Jackson Durant is going to give Maryland its very first lead of the day. But still, it's going to be a tight one going into the final quarter. This is exactly what we wanted here in these college football playoff matchups, games that can legitimately go in either direction. Rice looking to answer back to the score by Maryland earlier. Rice looking to run it with their quarterback, who runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Rice. Scott Brooks is going to tie things up for the Rice Owls as we're looking at 28 all going into the final frame. 3 minutes left. Maryland has the ball in its hands as of right now. 1st and 10, able to pick that up, but can they pick up this 3rd down conversion though? As they'll look to throw with Brandon Thompson, who throws underneath. Justin Roach able to pick up those necessary yards in order to keep that drive alive. As now, 2 plays later here, Maryland looking to throw again over to the left-hand side and finds Justin Roach once again for a good 1st down. He's been going crazy on the Rice secondary, 9 catches for 120 yards, but it is the running back, Mike Williams, who is going to finish the job ultimately, and Maryland is going to seize victory from the jaws of defeat. Maryland able to beat Rice 35-28. They'll take on the winner of Navy and UCF. Meanwhile, we get into our next notable college football playoff matchup. The Duke Blue Devils traveling to the Steel City to take on the Pittsburgh Panthers. An old ACC matchup. We'll see how it shakes out. No score here in the first couple of minutes, as Pittsburgh did end up starting with the football. And Pittsburgh put together a really good first drive to get into the red zone right away. Going to be real interesting to see how this PJ McNair coach defense is able to handle the speed and the versatility of the Pittsburgh offense. It is, of course, as I mentioned multiple times before, one of the fastest offenses in all of America, and we are seeing some of that unfold right now. Pittsburgh already ready to call its next play. Duke is out of position, and that will lead into a Pittsburgh touchdown. Kyle Williams is able to find the end zone, and Pittsburgh will take a 7-0 lead over the Duke Blue Devils. Meanwhile, goal line situation here for this Blue Devil squad, as Pittsburgh is trying to find the end zone for the 2nd time in their first couple of possessions, where again Pittsburgh will go to the line quickly after picking up a decent chunk of yards on that 1st and goal opportunity. Whereas Kyle Williams makes an adjustment at the line. Duke sends the blitz, but it's a man beater as Nick Houston gets wide butt naked open. Another touchdown for the Panthers. And Pittsburgh is officially up 14-0. So not a good first quarter at all for the Duke Blue Devils, as Duke will really, and I mean really desperately, need a stop right now. They have not had anything right going in this first quarter and a half, and that's going to continue as John Thompson is able to find the end zone. Another touchdown for the Pittsburgh Panthers. And everything is going right with a particular team when you're even able to find a way to get a safety, right? So Pittsburgh, on top of all of those touchdowns that they've had, they're also able to find a safety as well. So a little bit of a more unique score that we've seen, 23-0, all because of that safety happening from the 2-point conversion. But that is going to be normalized here pretty soon, as Pittsburgh does end up finding the end zone yet again. And so Pittsburgh will now officially be up 30-0. So you would think at that point, oh, Pittsburgh's definitely running away with it. Let me just go ahead and change the channel here real quick. Well, you would certainly be mistaken, because the Duke Blue Devils, they play significantly better in the second half. Van Cooper is also able to break a record for most rushing yards in a season. He's now close to 1,800 yards. And then even in the last minute of the game, Duke's going to find the end zone there as well. So it begs the question, what does Duke do here? Do they go for the 2-point conversion, or do they keep it a little bit less aggressive? But one thing that is clear, Justin Pierre expands on that passing touchdowns record. He's got 32. However, they do need to get this onside kick in order to keep the game going. And it looks like Pittsburgh is going to recover the onside kick. So while it was a spirited comeback by the Duke Blue Devils, it will simply not be enough, as Duke will fall short, 33-30. So we'll see them take on Michigan in a little bit. But for the time being, let's now check in to Madison, Wisconsin, where the 25th ranked Northern Illinois Huskies, representing as the MAC champions, will go and take on the Wisconsin Badgers, who are your champions of the American Conference and come in ranked number 5 in the country. But early on, it is Northern Illinois trying to take the fight to this Wisconsin Badger squad, because as you can see here, NIU already gets down by the goal line. Now, can they finish down here? That could be a different story. But what I will say is that NIU would indeed finish down on the goal line, as Bo Thompson able to get that passing touchdown to happen. And they'll take an early 7-0 lead because of that. So you love to see it, as NIU will continue its strong play here in the first half of action. Ben Livingston able to get a nice carry there in order to pick up the first down. But on the very next play, Bo Thompson throws over the middle and finds Lee Humphrey into the end zone. Touchdown, NIU. And the Huskies will quickly take a 14-0 lead. So Conrad Powell, he's got to get his stuff in a box and get it together, because if they're not careful, if Wisconsin does not come away with a touchdown, this could be a danger zone type moment here at home. And that would certainly not be a good thing for this Wisconsin team at all, to say the least. 2nd and goal now coming up, as Conrad Powell's going to run it up the gut. And Jeff Hollis will finally break the scoring virginity for the Wisconsin Badgers. They'll find the end zone in order to cut it to 7 points. But when they try to tie it up on the other hand, Conrad Powell, I don't know if he was trying to throw it away or if he was trying to throw it to the receiver behind him. Not a wise decision either way. Threw it directly to the linebacker, and Terry Bower's not going to have an easier interception than that. So NIU does end up taking a 17-7 lead into halftime. But when we get into the second half, it turns into a different story. Wisconsin just kept creeping back in. They never quit. They never gave up. And with 3 minutes left to play in the game, Conrad Powell with a chance to give the Badgers the lead, and they do. Wisconsin will score, and that will be the ultimate difference. The Wisconsin Badgers beat NIU 35-31. They'll take on the winners of USC and Arizona State. Last notable game that I wanted to talk about was Ole Miss making a trip up to Minneapolis to take on the runners-up in the American Conference in Minnesota. Minnesota, of course, coming off of that tough loss against Wisconsin in that American Conference Championship game, whereas Ole Miss, Ole Miss pulled off a little bit of an upset there in the Sun Belt. Memphis was the favorite, but Ole Miss, give them credit, they made the field trip to Memphis, Tennessee, and found a way to win that game. So Ole Miss Rebels are here in the college football playoff instead, and they would actually score first in this matchup between these two teams, taking an early 7-0 lead. However, late in the first quarter, Minnesota would answer back in kind as they go with a little screen for Tom Nobles. Ran to absolute perfection there, as Derek Lee is able to sell the fakeness of that play. And beyond that, Minnesota was able to settle in, and now we really see Minnesota start to find that groove. And find that groove on both sides of the ball, actually, as 3rd and short, Minnesota would like to pick up that first down, facing a tall blitz, and nobody was there to cover Cornelius Green. He gets an easy touchdown over there. Ole Miss cannot respond, and now we might be talking about a danger zone moment for this Ole Miss Rebel squad, because they are certainly not having a good time right about now. 3rd and goal, looking over to the right-hand side, and it's caught! Touchdown, Minnesota! And the Golden Gophers score yet again! And they keep the onslaught scoring going for much of what we saw in that second half. I mean, after Ole Miss took that 7-0 lead, Minnesota ever since then, 31 consecutive unanswered points. That is how you respond after being down at home early. And I mean, we just got to talk about it, man. Minnesota they really just never looked back after that. Ole Miss, after they scored initially, they were never a threat in this game, and Minnesota was ultimately able to run away with it. 59-24 is going to be your final score, and they will take on Washington in the quarterfinals. Couple more games of note. Navy was able to beat UCF 51-27, and they will have a rematch against Maryland, a team that they did beat in the regular season. And then USC was also able to beat Arizona State, so USC will take on Wisconsin up next, which means this is what your new bracket is going to be looking like as of so far. For the most part, we did get to see some very competitive games in the first round of the NCSL, but we haven't seen any crazy upsets yet. We'll see if the quarterfinal can have those types of moments, or are we going to have a kind of chalkboard scenario like we saw in this first round of the college football playoff? Let's go ahead and check in on those quarterfinal games now. So let's go ahead and get the quarterfinals of the college football playoff officially underway, as we'll get things going here, starting with number 8 Pittsburgh taking on number 1 Michigan. And Michigan, you know, they had that benefit of the bye, so they don't have to worry about the physicality of some of those first round games that we did end up witnessing. And it seemed very clear that from the get-go, Michigan just looked a lot more fresh and therefore sharper than what this Pittsburgh team came out to be, because midway through the first quarter, I mean, we're talking about playing half of a quarter, and Michigan is already on the doorstep of scoring yet another touchdown, which they will get from this connection from Jed Anderson to Jared Flanagan. Jared Flanagan's going to find the end zone for the Wolverines, as they'll quickly take a 14-0 lead, as Pittsburgh continues to struggle on both sides of the ball. Really, it reminds me of one of what Pittsburgh just did to Duke in that first round matchup before Duke was able to make their comeback, or at least their attempted comeback, I should say, because Pittsburgh is completely shell-shocking this Pittsburgh squad right now. Like, they no idea what's going on. It is crazy when you have a college quarterback perfect on the passing, 9 for 9 for 3 touchdowns in that first quarter. And then just type in a little bit of Jeremy Huff action in there as well. This game was truly never competitive. Michigan will move on, and they'll take on the winner of USC and Wisconsin. Speaking of that Wisconsin and USC game, we'll see who will Michigan play up against in the semifinal, as USC was your runners-up last season. Wisconsin failing to make the college football playoff in its entirety. So let's see what we got going on here to close out this part of the college football playoff bracket. Wisconsin did get the ball first, and they are driving down the length of the field, and they will find their receiver in the end zone. Touchdown Badgers, as Wisconsin will take the early lead. Not sure why Charlie Walker's graphic is coming up. He was not the one that threw or catch the ball. I didn't know if it was maybe he was playing receiver for the Badgers or what was going on there, but that DB certainly looked like he was getting some good routes in, because, oh man, he practically ran the route for that USC receiver. So with that, Wisconsin is able to hold on to the lead through the first quarter and going to continue to build upon it. Conrad Powell facing some heavy pressure and is able to whip that out to his receiver, where he will use his throw to break the single season record for most passing yards in a single season. He might be the first Wisconsin quarterback to throw for 3,500 yards in a single season, unless he somehow got hurt on this particular drive. But there will be no particular foreshadowing here, as Conrad Powell, you know, he's actually going to instead hand it off, get it out to the tailback, who had a hard time finding any sort of running room. But Austin Jones eventually finds a little bit of a crease in order to pick up the first down. But because we're down to the last minute, Wisconsin chooses to get to the line of scrimmage back quickly, where Powell's going to deliver this nice ball to the corner of the end zone. And that is a dime to Charles Morgan, who's going to easily pick up that touchdown there. Wisconsin going to be the ones that are really sending the hammer down on this USC team. We have not seen USC get this embarrassed before. I don't recall a time where USC has not only lost but gotten embarrassed. Yes, they scored a bunch of points in the fourth quarter, but I mean, they were never really in danger of winning this game, right? So it's just crazy to think about, but we got that part of the bracket taken care of. We'll now jump into the other side where number 7 Minnesota is going to get going here against Washington. The Huskies looking to get to the semifinal of that college football playoff. As now, 3rd and long coming up as Scott Johnson's going to drop back facing a heavy blitz, but still calmly delivers that ball to Terrell Gray, who couldn't fight his way into the end zone, but still manages to pick up that first down. So it provides a brand new set of chains for this Huskies offense. Where on the very next play, Scott Johnson is going to run it in on his own for the touchdown. And that particular touchdown gives Scott Johnson the school record for most rushing touchdowns in a career. It used to belong to Myles Gaskins. He's held on to this record for more than a decade. That comes down to a quarterback. A quarterback having the rushing touchdown record. That is insane to think about. Literally, Lamar Jackson of the West Coast, right? That's what we're literally looking at right before our eyes. And Washington is certainly using that to bring the hammer down early, but eventually Minnesota is going to get on this scoreboard here as Ray Jackson will find the end zone for the Golden Gophers. But that will be the only score that Minnesota will have for a while, because Washington, we're going to jump into this fourth quarter here. Washington has, for the most part, locked down this Minnesota squad. They were not close to scoring for the remainder of that half or the third quarter. But Washington hasn't really done anything offensively either. And matter of fact, they're going to be going backwards here as Minnesota able to pick off Scott Johnson down the sideline. Is anyone going to catch him? Heck no! Touchdown, Minnesota! And the Golden Gophers, if they can get this 2-point conversion, they have a chance to make something spicy here. And they do. Touchdown, Minnesota. And the 2-point conversion is good as well. But they would run out of gas after that, and so Washington just barely is going to survive. Go to the semifinals because of that. Now, the last quarterfinal game that we do have is number 6 Maryland getting that rematch against number 3 Navy. Now, these two teams did meet up, and Navy was able to beat Maryland in overtime, and that did allow Navy to go to the Conference USA Championship. Well, Maryland had to get in virtually by the at-large route, right? So Maryland is in here. They have a chance to beat Navy a second time. Let's see if they can take advantage of that opportunity this time around, as early on, Maryland actually does have a lead against Navy, but they've been able to have leads against Navy before. It's just that you got to come out and finish the job, and so far that might be easier said than what's actually done, because so far Navy is going to be brought down over by the goal line, and they are going to punch it in with Brandon Green in order to tie things up here early in the second quarter. Meanwhile, later on in the second quarter, after getting a field goal, they're up 17-14, but trying to accrue their largest lead of the entire game thus far, as John King was able to get his first catch of the day. But 3rd and goal, going to try to drop back with their quarterback once again, and he'll be able to drop that one into the bucket. Ron Mitchell getting that touchdown pass to go, and that does mean Ron Mitchell is going to have his 41st touchdown pass of the season, beating out Spencer Grant all the way back from, I believe, season number 5, when he led the Navy Midshipmen to the college football playoff as champions of the Conference USA. It's been that kind of run for Navy here, but with that being said, on those doorsteps of making it to the semifinals, just trying to avoid that big time collapse. We'll see if Navy can do exactly that, and maybe try to keep Navy from allowing Maryland to get into the end zone. But Brandon Thompson did have other ideas there, as Brandon Thompson's going to be able to find the end zone. Touchdown, Maryland! So the Terps pulled to within 5, and this becomes an important drive of extreme magnitude, because if Navy can score here, then this game is likely going to be locked up. And sure enough, 5 wide set here. Hollis got all the time in the world to throw and finds an open Brandon Green into the end zone for another touchdown. And that could mean that Maryland might be cooked, as the kids would say. But that being said, though, Maryland still has a couple of timeouts. So if they play this right, they could possibly find a way to, come back and win this game after all. But it's paramount that not only do they score, but they got to score quickly as well. Taking 30 seconds off the clock to call a couple plays might not do it. Although they will find Jackson Durant in the end zone. But everything's going to come down to this onside kick. If Navy recovers his onside kick, then that means we will end up seeing Navy win this game, and it's going to be close. There's a scramble for the ball, but Navy's going to recover. So close. But unfortunately, it's going to be so far as Navy recovers. They'll kneel down and win this last quarterfinal matchup. Which does bring us out to our Final Four, and the only upset that we saw was Wisconsin. Wisconsin able to beat USC 48-40. The rest, it was pretty chalky, what we would expect if we were in a 4-team playoff, which is really the first time that we've seen no major surprises in the 14-team era, but we still have a few games left to play. Anything could happen. One of these 4 teams could be your national champion, but let's go find out who has what it takes to win that national championship crown. Let's get into it. But let's go ahead and start settling who is going to be your national champion once and for all, as we'll start with the Navy versus Washington semi-final game, where Navy looks to strike first in the matchup between these two programs, as Ron Mitchell has gotten the midshipman inside the 5-yard line. But they did all this work against Washington. You gotta finish the job, and sure enough they will. Mike Allen is gonna find the end zone. Touchdown Navy, and that will set a school record for most passing touchdowns in a career. His 74th passing touchdown. Oh my goodness, has he been a special player for the Navy midshipmen. However, Washington, led by their quarterback Scott Johnson, wants to lead Washington to the national championship, as Johnson looks to drop back. He's going to scramble. He's got speed on him and nearly finds the end zone. He's going to be marked just short, though, at the 1-yard line. Oh my goodness. Instead, it's going to be a 1st and goal, and Jonah Kaminsky is going to handle the rest of that work. Jonah Kaminsky finds the end zone. Touchdown for Washington. So we are evened up at 7 apiece here, as we're going to go ahead and see Washington go to work once again late in this first quarter of action. As now Scott Johnson gets Washington inside the 5-yard line. 1st and goal. Going to be a rollout to the right, firing to the end zone, and finds Travis O'Donnell in the end zone. Touchdown Washington. And the Washington Huskies will take the lead. But Navy is surely not going to give this up, at least without a fight, because Navy, towards the end of this first quarter, is going to drive into the red zone themselves. So they'll have an opportunity here to tie this up if they want to. Mitchell will throw quickly to the left-hand side, where Jamie Lumpkin does step out of bounds to avoid the big hit, but he does at least pick up the necessary yardage. So that will lead to a 1st and goal, with Brandon Green leading it to the end zone. A touchdown for the midshipmen. As now looking at a 14-21 game, still very close. Washington still has the lead, but Navy is certainly hanging around. The midshipmen has been one of those programs that has been a constant participant in a college football playoff, but they have just not gotten over the top. Maybe this is the year where we might see Navy get over the top this type of round, as right now it's a very competitive game between these two teams right here. Washington, however, looking to change that narrative, though, as the Huskies will find the end zone yet again. It leads to the end of a very shootout-driven first half, where almost 50 points were scored in that first half, and it's certainly not going to end anytime soon, as the points just keep coming through for both teams. But with 3 minutes left to go, Washington, if they can get just one more score, that could seal the deal here. So Navy hasn't been able to really stop this offense all day. But if there's a time to get a key stop, it is right now. They need this key stop, and they need it now. Washington trying to run with their quarterback, Scott Johnson, who takes a big hit. But he's an incredibly tough quarterback, man. 22 carries, 116 yards. He's been carrying the ball a lot today, but it'll be Michael Jacks who's going to find the end zone for Washington. Touchdown, Huskies! And Washington is going to win 52-38, and they will punch their ticket to the national championship game. But that million-dollar question still lies. Who will Washington play in the national championship? Will it be the heavy favorite and defending national champion in Michigan? Or are we going to see Wisconsin possibly come out here, pull off a big upset here, and make it to the national championships on their own? Now, early in this game, not really much happening in this first quarter and a half, right? Because both teams have not been able to find the end zone, but that will change here with about a minute left here in this first half, as Comrade Powell is going to calmly look and find his tight end, Adam Smith, which will help his quarterback set the record for most passing touchdowns set by Mark Silva, who was the starter for this Wisconsin Badgers team just this past season. And Wisconsin actually putting this Michigan Wolverines team on a little bit of upset alert, as Jet Anderson, for the most part, has been held pretty much in check for much of this game. But I think this Michigan team might be starting to wake up here, as not only is the defense going to get an interception here in the red zone, but also this is the same DB who's going to take it all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverines! And the Michigan squad is going to take the lead here in the fourth quarter. But is it going to be enough, though? Michigan does also tack on a field goal. They're up by 4. But Wisconsin putting together a drive, and they're looking to retake the lead here. Less than 4 minutes left to play in the game. First and goal, running up the middle, and Austin Jones gets in completely untouched. Touchdown, Wisconsin! And the Badgers will once again be in the lead. Less than 3 minutes left to play. And yet, here we are. Things could change in just a matter of one snap. 2:30 left to go, as Jet Anderson's going to look over the middle of the field and fires a rocket over the middle to Sean Evans. And Sean Evans will do more than enough to pick up that first down. Now has over 100 receiving yards on the day. He's been a problem for the Wisconsin secondary. Looking for another big play downfield, where he once again connects with Sean Ellis, who has been killing Wisconsin today. And it's looking to keep that going, as they now go to a halfback toss over to right-hand side. And with Jeremy Huff, they'll also pick up that first down as well. So now, a few plays later here, 3rd and 7. Jet is going to fire over the middle and finds Jared Flanagan in the end zone. No, not for a touchdown. I thought he got in, but evidently I was wrong. Thankfully, Jeremy Huff will quickly correct what I just said, as Wisconsin now find itself down by a few points. They don't need to drive down the length of the field and get a touchdown, but they do have a couple of timeouts to make exactly that happen right here, right now. Final drive of the game potentially, as Comrade Powell is going to make an adjustment at the line. 1st and 10, firing over the middle, is going to find his receiver for the first down and then some, as CJ Jones gets to about the midfield logo. He's also been a problem today. 10 catches for 150. He's been a certified baller, but Wisconsin is running low on time. 30 seconds left. Powell looks over the middle. Diving grab by Patrick Scott for a 41-yard scamper. It's a first down for the Badgers, and it sets up a goal line opportunity. Powell fires. Cut! Touchdown! And Wisconsin will leave Michigan speechless as they will be left home earlier than expected. Wisconsin will go to the national championship game, and now we will see them take on the Washington Huskies for the right to be named national champions here in season number 7. So all of the hard work, all of the sweat, blood, and tears comes down to this national championship game. Who's going to come away with it here in year number 7? And so far, it seems like this underdog in Wisconsin seems like they just want it more now, don't they? As the Badgers are going to go ahead and run it up the gut for Austin Jones. Austin Jones able to pick up a gain of 5 on the run. As now, 2nd and 5 coming up here. Going to go ahead and go with a little bit of play action. Comrade Powell's got plenty of time and finds his receiver in the middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Badgers. And Wisconsin with a commanding lead here in this first half, up by 2 scores. And Washington need to be playing better than what those uniforms look like, because don't get me wrong, those uniforms for Washington, there's some fire jerseys, but they are not playing with their hair on fire, that's for sure. Find themselves down by a possession even after that Jonah Kaminsky touchdown. So now we're going to see what Wisconsin can do with possibly one of the last drives of the first half, as they will drive to about the Washington 40-yard line, where they'll fake the play action. Comrade Powell, all the time in the world, in spite of the blitz, does he try to throw it? Yes, he does! And finds a man downfield, Patrick Scott, who might have been shaken up a little bit, but he watches his hockey highlights. It's a hockey state for sure, and they are going to lock back in, as that's going to be another nice catch there by the tight end in order to try to make this a much more reasonable 3rd and goal, where Wisconsin is going to pack it down by the goal line, but Washington not really ready for it, as Austin Jones will find the end zone. It's a touchdown for the Badgers. So Wisconsin will expand their lead going into the half, and from then on out, Washington was just always kept at that arm length type of distance between them and this Wisconsin squad. The touchdown that we saw here towards the end of the game, it just ends up being complete icing on the cake, as sure enough, we will have, for the 7th time in 7 seasons, a brand new national champion be crowned, as the Wisconsin Badgers were that Cinderella team that is going to make it all the way to the national championship, and not just make it to the national championship game, but they found a way to win the national championship, and do so in absolutely convincing fashion against this Washington Huskies squad. And of course, player of the game's got to go to Conrad Powell, who was just absolutely excellent in that game against Michigan, led them here, and then this game just ends up being the icing on the cake. The Wisconsin Badgers will take down the Washington Huskies in a game that will be a future Big Ten conference game in real life, which is the insane part. Wisconsin wins convincingly 40-13. So let's go ahead and take a look around the country just to go ahead and see who your award winners, who ended up being your All-Americans, and then, not to mention, who ended up being your stat leaders here in year number 7. So starting with the most important trophy, and that is the Heisman Trophy. It's going to go to Chad Quinn. Chad Quinn is an FCS transfer from that lower level of Division I football. He stepped in and made an immediate impact. Chad Quinn was able to step out and lead Virginia Tech to an excellent season. Nearly led him to the college football playoff. And also, one of your customs is in here as well. Jet Anderson, the junior out of Belcourt, North Dakota. He still has 1 more year of eligibility, so he might actually come back. But he did end up winning both the O'Brien Award and the Maxwell Award as well, and is well deserved considering he threw for 45 touchdowns versus 5 interceptions. So let's go ahead and check out some of those other awards real quick here. As we start with the Maxwell Award, we already talked about how Jet Anderson won it, but a couple of your customs did end up finishing as finalists. Trevor Veeden is on this list. He finished 4th, and then Kenji Kobayashi, the senior quarterback out of UCLA, finished in 6th place for those Maxwell Award honors. Plus, we have the senior Braxton Jaeger out of Louisiana Tech. He ends up finishing 12th for that Maxwell Award honor as well. As for the Walter Camp, that's going to go to Ron Mitchell, the senior quarterback out of the Naval Academy. Representing Aspen Hillel, Ron Mitchell, was in some runnings for some other things and, really had that breakout campaign the last couple of years. Jet Anderson and Trevor Veeden were also finalists as well. For Bednarik, though, that's going to go to Joe Gibson, the senior linebacker out of the University of Minnesota. The St. Cloud, Minnesota product was able to finish with multiple interceptions. As for Nagurski, the best defensive lineman in the entire country is going to go to Stephen Phillips. Stephen Phillips is a junior out of Forestville, Ohio, and played his college ball at the University of Pitt, and is a big reason why Pitt was able to go to the college football playoff as well. Not only is he your Nagurski Award winner, but he also won the Lombardi Award as well. As for the O'Brien Award, that does also go to Jet Anderson, with Kobayashi and Trevor Veeden finishing as finalists. Walker Award is going to go to Carl Slaughter from Boise State. The Beyond New Jersey product finished with over 2,000 total yards on the season. Chad Quinn, who ended up winning the Heisman, he finished in 6th for this particular award. And then senior running back Ray Jackson out of Minnesota finished in 9th as one of your customs representing. In addition, you got the FCS transfer Tyreek Hayes out of South Carolina finishing in 11th. Now, for the Blinkoff Award, that's going to go to Sean Edwards, and Sean Edwards was a certified baller from the Air Force Academy. The junior finished with over 1,600 yards of total offense and 17 touchdowns on the season. Helped nearly let Air Force get into a bowl game or be bowl eligible, but that's only counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and nuclear missiles in terms of being close. As for the Mackey, that's going to go to Mike Allen, the senior out of that city of brotherly love, playing for the Naval Academy. I'm sure he's going to have a good NFL career waiting for him as well. As for the Outland Award, to go to one of the best offensive linemen in America, that's going to go to Jake Williams, the senior out of USC. Hailing from Highland Park, Texas, he only allowed 1 sack the entire season. He will also be your Remington Award recipient as well. As for Stephen Phillips, as mentioned before, he does also win the Lombardi Award. The Butkus Award, actually a surprise here. Chris Galloway, a sophomore out of Lawrence, Massachusetts, someone that wasn't expected to get very much playing time, but because of injuries, he had to step in, and all credit to him, he made his presence felt. Probably going to be a long-term starter for USC going forward, finishing with 4 sacks, a forced fumble, and an interception as well. As for the Jim Forpay Award, that goes to the best corner in college football. That will be awarded to Antoine McFadden, the sophomore out of Colton, California. The UCLA product was someone that got that defensive touchdown as well as got a forced fumble, but in addition to all of that, he also managed to get 4 interceptions. He was a certified ball hawk out there on the defensive side of the ball. Wrapping up the awards, got the Grozo Award, which is going to go to LSU kicker Gary Henderson. Henderson out of Valley Valley, California, kicked 27 for 30 with a long of 56 yards. One of the longest field goals in the country that was successfully made. And then, of course, you got the Kyle Guy Award that goes to the best punter in college football, and it goes to the junior in Joel Murphy. He's from Skokie, Illinois, and he finished with 9 punts down inside the 20 and had a punt as long as 68 yards this season. Finally, the Jet Award goes to the best return man in college football, and it's going to be handed to Darren Ho from Ball State, the senior out of Brighton, Alabama. While we never really saw the field at his wide receiver position, he made his presence felt in special teams with that elite vision of his. He finished the year with over 1,300 return yards and a special teams touchdown as well. Now, real quick, we'll definitely check out the All-Americans to see what we got going on, as Jet Anderson will be on your first team list, as long as your Heisman Trophy winner, Chad Quinn. As for the rest of the offense, so you got Josh Blanchard, the junior out of Arizona State, getting the other running back spot for that first team All-American. Got the Blinikoff winner in Sean Edwards, and rounding out many of your skill positions, you have Brian Thompson, the junior out of USC, getting the other wide receiver position. As for the final skill spot, though, that goes to Mike Allen, who ends up winning that Best Tight End award. He's from the Naval Academy. And your offensive line is going to include Mario Smith out of Michigan, Kurt Griffin, who's an FCS transfer and is a senior as well for the USC Trojans, another Michigan guy in Clint Johnson, Marcus Coleman out of the Naval Academy, and your final offensive lineman is both your Remington Award and Outland Award winner, Jake Williams out of USC. Meanwhile, on the defensive side of the ball, you have multi-award winner Stephen Phillips for the Pittsburgh Panthers, but you also have some other really good players on the defensive side of the ball, including Bo Nugent of Minnesota, the junior and David Smith out of USC, and Reggie Miller, another junior out of the University of Michigan. Meanwhile, moving on to your linebackers, you got Joey Mitchell, who is just a sophomore, getting those All-American recognitions. Alan Massey is here as well. He's a senior out of Lima, Ohio, playing for the Pittsburgh Panthers. Joe Gibson, who does end up winning that Bednarik Award. He is also, unsurprisingly, here on this first team All-American list. And with your defensive backfield, we got Shannon Brown, the senior out of the Naval Academy. Matt Arnold, a true freshman, so he'll be on that all-freshman list as well. You love to see it. Finished the year with 3 interceptions. George Russell, who is on that national runner-up in Washington, and your Jim Forte Award winner, another defensive back from UCLA, and Antoine McFadden. Rounding out your first team group is Gary Henderson, the senior kicker out of LSU, Justin Vincent, the junior punter out of the Naval Academy, and Darren Ho, who did end up winning the Jet Award, getting first team honors from Ball State. Now, looking over at your second team All-Americans, and it's going to be headlined by Ron Mitchell, who was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy. Andrew Wilson, who ends up being in for USC. He's a senior redshirt out of Manteca, California. And one of your guys' custom is also here as well in Perry Hall, Maryland, Ray Jackson. As for rounding out your skill positions, you got Curtis McCollum, the first wide receiver from the University of Pitt. Tim Mitchell, who is a senior that plays for Colorado State. He's a homegrown product. And your last skill position guy on the offensive side of the ball, and Brian Cruz. Brian Cruz is a senior out of USC. Meanwhile, the offensive line for this second team All-American list looks like this. Damon Goddard, the senior out of the University of Georgia. Sean Mitchell, a senior redshirt out of Florida, playing for the USC Trojans. Terrence King, another USC Trojan from that offensive line as well. Jeff Coleman, the senior right guard from the University of Michigan. And your final second team All-American on the offensive side of the ball is going to be Tremaine Clayton, the senior out of USC. This now takes us to the defensive side of the ball, where we start with our defensive line. Your defensive line second team All-American nominees are Jim Webb, the junior redshirt out of the Naval Academy. Kelly McGee, a sophomore from Colorado State, another Colorado State player. They actually almost made it to the college football playoff themselves. Jeremy Long, a senior out of the Naval Academy. A lot of love for Navy, it feels like. Avery Swan will round out your defensive line. He's a senior for the University of Washington. Up next, you got your linebackers for the second team All-American list, and it starts with John Jones, the senior redshirt out of the Naval Academy. Mike Johnson, the senior redshirt out of Michigan. And of course, that big surprise out of USC and Chris Galloway. Really interested to see how he lives up to his name for the next few seasons, because he certainly played a lot better than that 74 overall suggests. Now, with that said, we'll close out your second team All-American list with some corners and other DBs. You got Terrence Andrews Jr. out of Washington getting things started. He's from the great state of Hawaii. Calvin Andrews is going to be your other corner on the other side. He's a senior out of Minnesota, a homegrown product. As for your safeties, you got JJ Jammy, the senior out of Ohio State, and one of your custom guys. And then your last skill player on the defensive side of the ball is Bernard Henry, the junior out of USC. This brings us to our guys that are going to be on that special teams list. You got Jason Evans, the junior out of Northern Illinois. Michael Hairston, the senior out of Michigan. And a return man for the Michigan Wolverines as well. And Brian Wilson. And this will conclude your All-Americans. Now, before we get into that crazy old carousel, let's go ahead and take a quick look at who were your NCSL leaders here in year number 7. Starting with passing yards, Jet Anderson took the cake with over 4,700 yards passing. That's in spite of playing one less game than Wisconsin quarterback Curtis Powell, who was just a handful of yards behind him. As for rushing yards, we do have just one 2,000-yard rusher in the NCSL, and that is Jeff Hollis out of the University of Wisconsin, your national champions, by the way. For receivers, that goes to Sean Edwards out of Air Force, but the Naval wide receiver in Mike Allen was not too far behind, and he did that as a tight end as well. For tackles, that's going to go to Massey out of the University of Pitt, who was the closest to 100 solo tackles on the season. He ended up finishing with 96. He also happened to lead the NCSL in sacks as well. He finished with 12.5 sacks, one more than at least anyone else in the NCSL. For interceptions, Bank out of Hawaii was an absolute ball hawk. He had 8 interceptions this season. I'm surprised he wasn't named on any of those All-American conversations. And then finally, we had a 4-way tie for the longest successful kick in the NCSL this season. Got Henderson out of LSU, Keys out of Charlotte, Givens out of Arkansas, and Toff out of Troy, all combining to hitting that 56-yard field goal in the NCSL this season. But now let's go ahead and jump into what that coaching carousel has to offer. And it starts with the University of Arkansas. Jesse Minter did end up getting fired after a 4-8 campaign. And Isaac Thompson, he did such a tremendous job coaching up Maryland this past season, taking them to the quarterfinals of the college football playoff, that he is actually going to jump on this opportunity, going where there is more resources. And so Isaac Thompson is going to be your new head coach at the University of Arkansas. Meanwhile, keeping it in the Southeast, University of Tennessee is looking for its new head coach, as Rob Smith could not meet expectations down there in Knoxville, as they go ahead and take a quick look around, and they will hire the head coach from Rice in Bobby Henry, who was not there for too terribly long, it seemed like. So we're going to get a pretty good head coach here. Let's see if he can turn Tennessee around. But Isaac Thompson has departed for the University of Arkansas, so that does mean that Maryland is in need of a new head coach. And that new head coach is going to be Tyson Summers out of Mid-Tennessee State. He led Mid-Tennessee State to a 11-3 record this season, nearly led them to winning the MAC. And so that means they're going to get a good head coach here that knows how to build a program from the ground up. Maryland should have a decent foundation to work with, though. As for the Rice Owls are in need of a new head coach after Bobby Henry left for Tennessee. That new head coach is going to be Cornelius Jones, who was fired from Stanford. This is a little bit of a head scratcher. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like there was much better candidates out there. You saw the candidate list. I thought there was a high caliber of candidate available, but maybe they all turned down those jobs, which was a little bit of a surprise to me. So now we'll see the North Carolina job become open next. They had a putrid 3-9 season, and Dave Dorian did end up stepping down and retiring at the age of 67 years old. They will hire the new offensive coordinator, Brian Brom, who led Wisconsin as an offensive coordinator to that national championship to try and revitalize this program up in Chapel Hill. As for the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors, Hawaii is in need of a new head coach as well after Tommy Rees ends up going 2-10, and it's a decent Hawaii football team as well. Who do they end up turning to lead this USC program going forward? And this Hawaii program is going to be led by Greg Moore, who was part of that Central Michigan team that went 10-3 this year, one of the best years that they've had in this series. He now leaves to go and play in one of the most difficult conferences in America. So with that, Stanford is in need of a new head coach. They just fired theirs after a 2-10 campaign, and this is a really good football team, 90 overall across the board. So I was honestly shocked that they ended up going 2-10. They do get themselves a pretty good head coach in William Ainge, who was a defensive coordinator at the University of Washington, so he knows that Pac-12 landscape pretty well. As for Syracuse, they're looking to turn their program as well around after they just finished 3-9. Jordan Leslie was fired because of that, and they will turn to Jeremiah Johnson, the defensive coordinator out of USC, to look to turn things around. He is one of the more charismatic coaches out there and is going to need to lead Syracuse back to relevancy. Speaking of relevancy, West Virginia is certainly looking for that right now after finishing 4-8 in the MAC. Brent Key was fired because of that, and they will hire the defensive coordinator out of Navy in Nick Howell. The defensive coordinator from Navy is bringing that Syracuse pro offense with him, trying to bring some toughness back to Morgantown. As for BYU, they finished 3-9 this year, and as a result will fire Kevin McGivern. Kevin McGivern will be looking for another opportunity, but who will take his place, though? And that will be Marcus Freeman, who does re-enter those head coaching ranks after being fired from Notre Dame. He's now back in that head coaching role, looking to turn around the BYU Cougars. As for Oklahoma State, they have their coach expire. We'll see if they keep their 4-8 coach, and surprisingly they do. You would imagine that would probably not get it done, but with that said, though, it looks like Oklahoma State didn't like the options that were out there at this point. Arkansas State kind of on the same boat as well, as Jim O'Neill's contract did expire. Had a decent season at 5-7, so he'll be back as he signs a 5-year contract extension. Mid-Tennessee State, we saw Tyson Summers taking that job at Maryland, so they are back and looking for a new head coach once again. And they're going to get Jason Candle, the offensive coordinator out of Washington, looking to prove that he is head coach caliber, taking over a mid-Tennessee State team that really surprised a lot of people there in season number 7. As for Central Michigan, they're looking for a new head coach as well after Greg Moore departed for the University of Hawaii. So who is going to be that new Central Michigan head coach? And it was offered to Thomas Hammock Jr., but he's going to actually stay at Ohio. Doesn't like that particular opportunity. Doesn't feel like he's ready for it. Has some unfinished business with the Bobcats. Instead, Central Michigan is going to hire Jeff Lovey, the offensive coordinator from Navy, bringing that Baylor spread offense to Central Michigan as they try to build off that 10-3 campaign. As for Troy, they finish a putrid 1-11, and so rightfully so, Mike Paris does end up getting fired. Who's going to be that new head coach there at Troy? And it looks like they are going to go to the defensive coordinator out of the University of Georgia. They go to Jeremy Cameron, who helped Georgia get to 11-12 this year. Georgia coming out of the SEC, but with Troy being that close by, he is going to be very familiar with that particular area. It's going to be a good hire here for the Troy Trojans. Tulane's also going to be looking for a good hire themselves after Brian Brown led Tulane to a 3-9 record. Let's see what that 3-9 record gets them, as they'll end up hiring another coordinator from Georgia. This is Billy Napier getting back into those head coaching ranks, looking to turn around the green wave of Tulane. South Alabama, we'll see what they do, whether they bring back Spence Nowinski or not, and they do. He gets brought back onto a 5-year contract. Iowa State, on the other hand, will not be brought back after a 1-11 campaign. He will be, it'll be Jason Williams, the defensive coordinator off that national championship head coaching staff, will be taking over Iowa State, who is in the same conference as those Wisconsin Badgers. Speaking of head coaching opportunities, NC State has one open after Richard Mullins does end up getting fired. Now, Remy Natalius does end up getting offered this year, but he's going to look to decline this for now. That is because that is a one-star program. The head coach from Arkansas that was fired, in Jesse Minter, will land back on his feet here at North Carolina State. Meanwhile, for Eastern Michigan, the Eastern Michigan Eagles, they finish 0-12. So who do they end up going with to try and remedy things here as they try to do better than that 0-12 record, obviously? And this ends up being a surprise here. Eastern Michigan is going to be looked at by Remy Natalius, and you know what? He's feeling a sense of challenge and is looking to build one of the worst programs in college football right now. He is actually going to take over this 0-12 program, so best of luck to him, and a little bit of a shocker if I'm going to be honest with you. So that means that Washington State is in need of a new head coach as well, and they will go ahead and turn to Morgan Scully, who actually is hired from Purdue. The Purdue Boilermakers had a decent season at 7-6. So, bold move by Remy Natalius for sure. We'll see if it works out for him in Season 8. So, with Purdue's coach leaving for Washington State, that means that they were in need of a head coach themselves. They end up hiring Lou Esposito, who ends up coming from Toledo after a 6-7 campaign. Now, with that, Toledo does end up taking a look to see what's out there, and not a lot of great options at this point. You know, a lot of the better head coaching candidates are gone. But it looks like they'll turn to another coach that was on that Maryland coaching staff in Nick Walker, who was part of that 12-2 team that did make it to the quarterfinals of the college football playoff. In other news, UTSA was in need of a new head coach as well after Manny Diaz did retire at the ripe age of 65. After that 2-10 campaign, they're looking to Eric Kulcher, who was the offensive coordinator at Ball State, to turn around these Roadrunners from San Antonio. In other coaches that we honestly forgot about a little bit, this is one of the CPU-controlled custom coaches. So Matt Weeks ends up going from being the defensive coordinator at Purdue. He now joins this Mid-Tennessee State staff as a defensive coordinator as well, after the Blue Raiders did end up going 11-3. The Akron Zips also went ahead and went in fourth and hired a new head coach after Neil Brown was fired from going 0-12. One of the worst programs in college football, Thomas Steele, who was a defensive coordinator at Washington State, is certainly going to have his work cut out for him. Alright boys, so we're now going ahead and taking a look at how recruiting is shaking out, and here's how those recruiting rankings ended up going. Michigan will be seeking some revenge next season, as even though they did win that national championship, they do sign the #1 class. Texas looks to remain close to the top as well, as they signed the #2 overall class. USC will remain competitive as they sign the #3 class in America. Notre Dame might be good enough to go bowling next season. They finished 5-7 this year, including a 5-3 MAC record, but this #4 class should propel them to compete in the MAC next year. For #5, got Washington from the Pac-12, your runners up in the NCSL. Nevada, on the other hand, finished 2-6 in conference play, but this #6 ranked recruiting class is going to really help them compete with some of those better teams in the Pac-12, followed by Ohio State at #7. Georgia comes in at #8. They were one of the better teams in the SEC. Penn State will look to bounce back after a 5-7 campaign, and the #9 recruiting class will help them do so. Miami, well, let's see if they actually get some defensive talent here, because it looks like they did not necessarily. It looks like their best pure defensive player is a 3-star, so Miami definitely offensive oriented. That's what bit them in the butt last year. That defense did not help them out whatsoever. Tennessee signs the #11 class in America. They're going to be looking to be better in the MAC of this upcoming season. LSU comes in at #12. LSU nearly going to the Sun Belt Championship. UAB actually did go to the SEC Championship this year. They lost to UCF in that title game. They respond by signing the 13th overall class. Texas A&M finished at 500 this year, and they signed the 14th best class. Cal, they finished 500 in Pac-12 conference play. They finished #15 in the nation. UCLA at 16 in recruiting, as they were a top 10 team this year. Very close to making it to the college football playoff, but they fell just short. Right behind them is Oregon, though, at #17. 18 is Minnesota. The Golden Gophers did make it all the way to the quarterfinals of the NCSL college football playoff this year. Army comes in at 19. Army very close to making the playoff, but they're one of the first teams that just barely missed out. Oklahoma's at 20, even though they finished at below 500, should be much better in season 8. Florida State should be the same way as well, a disappointing 7-6 season for the Seminoles. Florida at 22, Oregon State at #23 in the country, and then your last two teams include Navy at 24. They made a semifinal run in the playoff, with Iowa coming in as your 25th best recruiting class in all of college football. Now, with that being said, there's a couple of other notable classes here that I wanted to highlight real fast, starting with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh did not sign a top 25 class, but Pittsburgh did manage to get in as an at-large and made it all the way to the quarterfinals before they did end up losing to the Michigan Wolverines. They signed the 26th best recruiting class. Could be one of those shot teams that might go backwards a little bit, but we'll just have to wait and see how that turns out. Ole Miss does end up signing the 34th best class in America. These are your champions on the Sun Belt, as they did end up making the college football playoff for the first time in the last 3 seasons. And Ole Miss was able to make that trip happen, so shout out to the Rebels for doing precisely that. As for the SEC champions in UCF, they signed a good recruiting class, but not a great one by any means. They signed the 38th best class in America, which is fine, but plenty of SEC teams ahead of UCF. This is, of course, coming off of their very first college football playoff appearance in this series. Meanwhile, you want to talk about a recruiting class that is not that high, and I mean Wisconsin is certainly one of those teams. This is a team that won the national championship, so you'd think they would do a little bit better in recruiting going to a defending national champion, but high school recruits just were not feeling that. 44th best class in America, and only 2 of the 19 players signed by Wisconsin did end up being those blue chip type players. Then we have a couple of more teams that are just barely making it into the top 50. Maryland, they had that Cinderella type season, really came out of nowhere with that 12-2 record and almost made it to the semifinals actually. And then Arizona State, they did win the Mountain West for the second time in the last 3 seasons, as Arizona State did, however, get knocked out in the first round by USC. But Sun Devils building an underrated program out there in the Mountain West. Speaking of underrated programs, Duke certainly is one of them as well, as the Duke Blue Devils signed the 61st best recruiting class in the country. Duke, one of those programs that's more of a developmental program. They pride themselves on player development and culture, and it really showed this year as Duke made it to the college football playoff for the very first time. Speaking of those developmental programs, Northern Illinois is another one such case, as NIU signs the 67th best class, although they do have the pleasure of making it to the college football playoff 2 years in a row, but did not make it as far as what they did last year. And finally, the worst recruiting class that actually did end up making it to the college football playoff was Rice. Rice was knocking on the door for a few years. They just couldn't get over the hump against Texas, but they finally did. It took 5 years to do it, but they finally got it done. Rice made the playoff for the very first time, but only signs the 85th overall recruiting class. So guys, that is going to wrap things up for NCSL season number 7, and we now look forward to one more season of NCSL college football. Next episode, we will actually wrap up this series. Next episode will be the final season of the NCSL, as we look forward to, what's going on in the future of college football gaming. We know that EA college football is on the way, so this actually might be one of the last NCAA 14 videos that you might see in that next episode. So hopefully you guys are there for it. I hope you enjoyed this entire thing, because I certainly did. And if you enjoyed this video, man, I need you to go ahead and do a couple of things for me. Go ahead and hit that like button, and then also hit that subscribe button as well if you do happen to be brand new to the channel. This is John J Gaming on the mic signing off, but hoping you guys are all out there having a good one. Take care, everybody.